Okay. Hey, the strangers. Long time no see. It has been a while. Um. Oh, I completely screwed up here. Hold on. I'm not doing Warframe today. I'm just gonna be chatting. Um. Really wish that. Sorry, it has been a while. I forgot to update all the titles and go live, stuff like that. So I've been so far out of the game that it's like, um, trying to keep track of it, try to remember all of it. So, um, okay, let me get a title going here, there, folks. Update the stream information. So, 1 second. And okay. Just chatting today. I'm not gonna do, I'm not planning on doing any um, games today. So, um, there we go. Updated that. I'm also recording this so that I can upload it to YouTube as well. So, um, just to kind of give people an idea of what's been going on. Um, I'll get to that list that you see on the screen soon enough. Um, well, here, let me just kind of write it down first. Where have I been? Okay, so um, if aren't on my Discord or anything along those lines, you probably don't really know. Um, but um, I mean, let's kind of go further back than why you know when I actually disappeared. So at the start of the year, um, I was um, I was furloughed and then eventually laid off. So from my previous job, and well, obviously, took a hit on that. It doesn't really feel good when when you're doing the work that they want you to do, and they say, yeah, we don't really need you anymore. Okay. Um, it sucks. Everybody has to deal with that, from time to time. Um, it just eh, it's frustrating when I'm trying to get somewhere. I'm trying to make that goal. Trying to pass that you know finish line with some amount of um, stability, I guess you might say. and I keep on getting tripped up. Now, um, on one side of the coin, I can definitely say that, um, I probably could have done more on my end to try to make things easier or try to, make it so that I look like someone that, shouldn't be let go, kind of thing, make myself valuable. I tried to do that, but I guess I didn't do enough. Um, so, um, so after the furlough, after the laying off, the last company that I was with, they were basically saying, "Oh, hey, we have, some other potential jobs for you." I'm like, "Okay, great, that'd be great." But I didn't really hear back from them on that. They said that there was job openings and try to stay in touch with them, but nothing happened from there. So, I took a hit. I took a mental hit on that one. Not only being let go, but uh, you know, they say, hey, we'll put you in a like a what was it, a 2-year contract, but they didn't even stick with that contract themselves. So, you know, so that obviously that was a frustrating moment. Um, then um, then while I was trying to work on getting unemployment, um, the company that I was with didn't submit their documents properly. So, the idea of, hey, we'll um, you know here I was thinking, I'll easily, submit for unemployment and, start with that and start working on, you know, applying for jobs and have a stable, well, somewhat stable income still coming in for the most part, such that unemployment is. Um, and, they didn't submit their documents properly, so then I had to go through a lot of headaches to try to handle that. Um, you know, I was confused because being remote, I didn't know where they were submitting um, their documentation from. You know, at first I was thinking, here, it's my home state. Uh, but my home state was like going, yeah, we have no documents of you. It's like, wait, what? So maybe I thought to myself, let's check the other state, their headquarters state, and it wasn't there either. So it was like, where are you guys at? Where are you guys submitting your documents? And they're like going, we thought we submitted to your home state. It's like, no, not here. And then I get notified that I'm being I was being put on audit from Nevada, where I'm from, where I'm currently living. And it's like, God damn it, guys. Uh, Now, I was finally able to get in contact with them. I sent them documents, and then they sent me letters that kept on changing the amount and changing the duration. And then my phone died, or my phone started dying on me. It just kept on powering off, you know, um, at random. I literally had to pull the battery out and put it back in order to keep it powered. The battery was perfectly fine, just um, the um, it just would auto shut itself off. And I don't think it was a matter of like overheating or anything along those lines. It's just I don't know. Some Something was going on. Everything that I was seeing online said that this happens from time to time on some certain cell phones. And it had already passed uh, the hardware warranty by that point, so there wasn't really any way for me to kind of contact them and say, "Hey, my phone is messing up. Can send me a replacement because your hardware is screwed?" No, that didn't happen. So, um, I was like going, okay, so, uh, you know, I'm unemployed, and this was like first like 3 months from like January to March or so. This was all kind of going on down. Um, just to kind of give you a basis. March is when I just kind of shut down at that point. But let me get there. I'm kind of speeding ahead a little too much here. Let me roll it back a little bit. Um, so um, you know, I was unemployed. Was getting the runaround on my unemployment, and my phone died. And with the phone dying, it made things really difficult to consider doing any kind of connection for an interview. Okay. I didn't feel comfortable trying to send out resumes to companies and then them trying to like contact me via phone and not reaching me because my phone was powered off. Um, I also had to worry that, maybe I picked up the phone, I start talking with them, and suddenly it shuts down on me, like, mid conversation or something along those lines. So I needed to take steps to try to get my phone replaced as quickly as I possibly could. So I ordered a new phone. Okay, I went through the phone company that I was with, Mint, um, or the cell phone service that I was with, Mint. Contacted them, or I submitted a purchase through their website, so that they would send me a brand new phone, with all, with any like additional equipment that they they had for Mint. And I'm like, sounds good. So they ship it out to me. I get it, and it wasn't new. It was a refurbished. I could tell because one, um, when you get a brand new phone, you typically don't see any kind of dirt or anything on the phone. And well, I was seeing that on the phone that I received. Not only that, but normally the phone is kind of wedged in so that it doesn't bounce around, or it's kind of like sealed to the point where there's no potential for breakage. It's like wedged in a way that it doesn't move. What I got, the phone was I could, I was shaking the package that I got, and I could clearly hear the phone hit, bouncing around inside the box. And I'm like going, this is not new. Uh, but I powered it on anyway, maybe thinking, okay, well, maybe someone just tried to purchase it like outright, and or maybe it was one of those things where it's like someone purchased it, unwrapped it, didn't do anything, sent it back or something like that. That's what I was thinking, maybe, right? I power it on, try to activate it, and it starts glitching out on me. A mid activation kind of thing. It was the screen was flickering, the input, keyboard input wasn't staying on screen. It was foobar. Um, so um, it was quite frustrating having to deal with that. So I contact them and say, "Hey, guess what? Your phone is foobar. I need a replacement." And they're like, "Going, okay, well, you need to ship back the phone to us so that we can, confirm." You know, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, sure. So I have to pay shipping to send it back. They didn't provide any kind of, and the shipping receipt that they gave me didn't have a paid paid postal. So I was like, okay, now I'm having to pay to send it back, ship it back to you. Great, thanks. Um, and once it got back to them, it goes into their warehouse, and it's like, okay, where when's the new phone getting shipped out to me, guys? When's the new phone? I'm contacting them, every like 3 to 5 days, saying update, update, update. You know, are you gonna ship out a new phone to me, guys, or not? And eventually they said, oh well, we've refunded you the money. I was like, I didn't need it refunded. I needed a new phone, you know. So so my trust in their warehouse just kind of flew out the window by that point. Okay. Because you know I tried to order a new phone, and not only did they send me a refurbished broken phone, but they they didn't even bother shipping me a brand new one again. And it's like, okay, well, so I go out, I purchase a new phone from a local store. Um, they didn't even have a technician there to kind of help me set it up, so I had to kind of come back home, set it up, and hey, I got a new phone. But I mean, this is recent for the most part. I mean, it took a long ass time to handle the fact that my phone was dying on me, and um, the fact that I was dealing with everything that was just kind of hitting me all at once, and um, I kind of just kind of shut down. Um, I didn't really want to do anything. I stopped streaming, just kind of sat in bed and watched videos, and I didn't really want to do much. Um, you know, just trying to deal with getting my phone back was just um, because I mean I felt like I couldn't really do much at that point. I was just like couldn't really get where I needed to go. Um, but you know, I was able to finally get the phone. Um, handled my taxes, handled the unemployment office, contacted them, found out, what the heck were they? They sent me like 4 letters, all like with different amounts and um, durations and stuff like that. So I was like, what the hell are you guys doing? Um, so I got that squared away. Um, now it's a matter of me working on getting back out there and actually starting to look for work again. So, um, so it's been a pain. That needless to say, that was just irritating beyond belief. That I just could not get. I was having a lot of roadblocks, and um, all of which really should not have happened. Okay, a lot of it should have been. I've had easier times. you know, uh, you know, I didn't expect a phone to be messed up when I ordered a brand new one. I wasn't expecting the unemployment to be um, causing me so many headaches. Wasn't expecting my old phone to be dying too. I mean, there was a lot of irritation going on. Um, you know, add that onto the fact that I was let go, and I was like, okay. Um, so I look at the um, I look at what's going on right at this moment in time, and I'm wondering, what should I do from here? Um, because I'm not getting any younger. um, my I'm not really getting anywhere in streaming. You know, um, not that I really aimed for it either. As I kind of mentioned, uh, as I've probably mentioned before, as you probably heard before, um, I know how difficult it is to be an entertainer because that's pretty much what you are, when you are a streamer, when you're a YouTuber. Okay, you're trying to maintain people to, stay in your community, that care about you, um, that are um, willing to kind of help you out as a streamer to progress, right? And on the flip side, you as a streamer, your job is to entertain as much as you can. Although I kind of wonder about that sometimes because there are some streams out there that makes me question, what are people watching? I see people watching people sleeping, and it's like apparently that's entertainment for some people. I don't know. Um, but I mean, they might be enjoying themselves in the chat, chatting with others. So I mean, I don't know. There are some things that doesn't necessarily make too much sense to me, but you know, um, you know, uh, there's sometimes logic doesn't really work too well in entertainment either. So, you can only do so much. Um, but the problem is that, um, while I mean, it's been about 4 years since I've been streaming. Um, well, I mean, it's been over 4 years. Um, my attempts to be a software developer haven't really taken off either, and it's problematic because I mean, how am I supposed to get anywhere? you know, if I keep on getting roadblocks and trying to reach a career in software development, and that's not taking off. And I've been streaming for 4 years as a variety streamer, and that hasn't taken off. So, yeah, but I mean, like I said, I wasn't really pushing myself to be a streamer. I did it as a hobby. I I did it to kind of keep my mental sane when I kept on getting rejection letters, you know. And, you know, I'm probably going to be facing that again. So so just bear that in mind, for anybody that's watching me that has watched me in the past. Um, I want to give you a warning ahead of time that, you know, I'm gonna get back into streaming, obviously. I'm trying to get myself back into a stable mental state. I'm not there yet. There's still a lot of things for me to do. Um, but I just need to take it one step at a time. Um, but I want to warn you folks, you know, everybody that's in my community, that there might be days where I'm not gonna be that Mr. Smiley Face. not that I'm, not that I am that much anyway. A lot of people tend to look at me and go, "Are you okay? Are you, are you, you know, what are you angry about?" I'm like, "This is just my normal face. I'm not really thinking about anything." So, um, but you know, um, I'm probably gonna get hit with those rejection letters again, and um, I'm gonna have to face that in you know in the coming months. Hopefully, you know, hey, maybe I can find that remote software development job that is fantastic. They love me, I love them, and I worked there for 20 years. That, or 20 plus years, you know. Um, that would be ideal. But um, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not. Um, it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. But I gotta keep on hoping, right? Um, but here's the thing. Um, if I keep on getting hit with these rejections and rejections and rejections, then obviously it makes me feel like, well, I'm not getting anywhere in the corporate world. Um, maybe I need to try to uh, ask you, the audience, to maybe try to help me out more. Try to support me more. Now, hold off on doing anything right now. Please don't do anything right now, okay? Because I want to talk about that a little bit more, okay? Um, so here's the thing. Um, I I looked at streaming as a hobby, as a way to kind of keep my mental state. Okay. I'm afraid once I step across that line from hobby to job, then I'm gonna start really treating streaming as a job. Okay. I'd have to be like looking at everything more in depth. Okay. Which means there would have to be a lot of changes that I do on this channel to be a professional, more of a professional streamer. Okay. Um, and a lot of it I might not necessarily be comfortable with doing, you know. Um, you look at other channels um, and some of those channels are at the mercy of, the chatters of the audience. Um, and there's always that mentality of like, hey, um, you're always going to have those individuals that are, you know, um, want to poke and prod the streamer and stuff like that. I mean, I can think of a couple of people that um, are sometimes at the mercy of their chat. Um, but yet they keep on coming back to it. Um, but I mean, that's also their job, okay? And they might have the mental fortitude to handle that too. I don't know if I don't know if I am. Okay, I've had um, I've you know been well, I mean, I've mentioned it before. I was bullied quite a bit when I was a child, so it takes a toll. One could say that I have a for I might have a pretty thick skin, but at the same time, words can hurt too. And anybody that says otherwise is, you know, maybe they haven't been at the brunt of someone's very wicked tongue. Um, so, um, do I want to do I want to take that step into that? Okay. Um, you know, do I want to be more of a streamer? Um, on one hand, here's the rub of it. You know, um, if streaming is great in that I can do I can play the games that I like to play, and I can code what I want to code. You know, so I mean, it's like the best of both worlds in my particular opinion. Plus I can meet up with others of like-minded, other gamers, other coders, and have a grand old time. Um, you know, so I mean you know, that's a positive side of streaming, being able to do that. But on the flip side of that, I would need to, build that audience up that are willing to do subscriptions, donations, and so on and so forth to allow for me to survive, you know, to pay my bills because they're not going away, you know. And unemployment is only going to last so long. I'm not getting any kind of checks from the government other than unemployment or anything along those lines. So, you know, um, I mean, government's not going to be paying me to be a streamer, you know. Um, Hence the reason why I've been trying to do software development, get into software development, get into the corporate world so that I can um, have somewhat of a stable life. I can pay my bills, you know. I can get on my 2 feet. But uh, if I take that step of where I'm currently at of streamer being a hobby to streamer as a job, then I would have to try to really kind of push for that, you know. I would have to basically be really asking for subscriptions. I'd have to be asking for donations. I would have to be doing a lot more promotional, um, taking up all this, promotion as well. Uh, I see sometimes from Stream Elements that they're offering the possibility of me doing a sponsored stream, for whatever, like um, uh, what was it, um, Hero Shadow Legends or something like that, Raid Shadow Legends. Um, that that was actually on that list at one point in time. I could have done a promotional stream with that. Okay. Um, but I haven't. I I know that um, when I start going into that side of um, when I get into the whole streamer side of things, then I would have to be worried about the taxes that come along with it. A lot of people might not be aware of, but all the donations, all the subscriptions, the promotional income that you get and stuff like that, that has to be recorded and that has to be taxed. So, um, I've never accepted a sponsorship so far. I've not seen one that was product game I would support. I mean, um, if I consider streaming as a job, I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily have that luxury because I would be trying to get as much money as I possibly can. So in this particular case, beggars can't be choosers. So um, but bear in mind that um, if I was to do that like a sponsorship of that kind of caliber, then I would basically be putting my I wouldn't necessarily be holding back from it either, which also has the negative side effect of, well, um, they might come on back and say, hey, you gave us a negative review, we're not going to pay you, which you know that's also the downside of those sponsorships. They could basically say, well, you you know you didn't give us a good praise, so we're not going to pay you for it. So um, yes, but the amount you make is directly linked to how many people you get to sign up. True, true. I do believe that there is a base amount that they will give you. Um, but obviously the more people that you get people to sign into that particular product, um, they'll help you out. They'll pay you more, obviously. Um, but um, if I was to consider streaming as a job, I'd have to do that more often. Okay. So that would mean that, all the games that I currently play, my coding streams and the like, I would have to, change one of those into a sponsored stream on occasion. I would have to basically say, hey, sorry, not playing Warframe today because I have a sponsored stream. So, um, obviously, there those of you that enjoy watching that game content, um, that you know you, you're gonna have to accept that I might have to do that. If I was to take that step. You know, um, like I said, I didn't necessarily want it to happen this way, but I mean, I'm last time when I didn't have a job, I was out for 2 years, so I have to um, I have to consider um, I have to consider everything at this point. I'm not getting any younger, and I need to look into, what I can do to survive. Um, if I can't find a stable software dev job, um, then I would have to either one, really make streaming go full bore, try to get as much money as I can from streaming, which, requires you, the audience, to support me as much as possible, which, again, let's not do that yet. Okay? Don't do anything yet, please. Okay? I'm just letting you know, you know, um, that's um, that's the potential, right? Um, or I find a job out there that I really have no interest in whatsoever. I'm going to be hating the job, but I mean, it will allow for me to get, some kind of income in, like work retail again. I worked retail for 3 years. I don't really want to do that again, but I mean, um, if I have to, I'll do it again. Um, but just just letting if that happens, if I do get a job in that regard, then I really be in trouble because well, the um, work schedules along those lines would just um, be completely random. There wouldn't be any way of getting anything stable along those lines. So, um, there wouldn't necessarily be an 8 to 5 when it comes to anything like retail, for example. Or at least um, you have to prove it to them that you can do like an 8 to 5, and then maybe they'll keep you on an 8 to 5 schedule. Maybe. But then again, they might go, hey, we need you on a weekend. You have to come in on the holidays, which is on a weekend or something like that. So, yeah. Um, I've done it before. I know the hassles of it. So, um, but I mean, like I said, I have to survive. So, um, so that's the thing. Um, if I was to take streamer into like a business side of things, okay, then I would have to look at um, where where's a good spot to be at. Okay, now I'm already affiliate here on Twitch, right? Um, so bits, subscriptions, great. Um, but if anybody really knows about that, um, Twitch takes 50% of whatever gets done with the subscription. Okay, so so if you're paying $10 for a subscription, for example, I'll only see about five of it, for example, right? Um, and and let's face it, not everybody can get a stable income that way either. Okay, you have to be entertaining enough. You have to be exuberant or something along those lines, something, to be entertaining enough to the audience to inspire them to, purchase a subscription or something along those lines, for that, right? Um, so, and that might require the streamer to do things that they might not necessarily do. You might, as a streamer, you might need to, you know, do more, put myself more on display to entertain. So um, so for anybody that, that has maybe come into my channel before and was like going, oh, this is a nice relaxed and atmosphere. This is nice and cozy. I'm not stressed out about, the who I'm watching. Well, that might go out the window, you know. Um, I might have to allow for audience to do more, even though technically I have kind of given them, I have had like the opportunities of that, be possible. Um, it hasn't really taken off either. So maybe I need to kind of promote that more, which mean that I might need to put more automatic chat messages in there saying, "Hey guys, if you'd like to, you can, purchase these, boxes that will give you cards to troll Jim or something like that." Um, might need to do more of that. So I've always got the, hey, I need you to close tomorrow, then open on Saturday, and then Sunday I want you on a split shift, and Monday you're opening again, but you have to leave early so you don't go full time. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Um, well, I was, when I worked retail, I got a job at the, 1 hour photo back in the day, and my school schedule you know, didn't really help them keep like a stable schedule for me. I had to do, I was mostly like the weekend close, you know. Um, they wanted me to do, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, closing um, closing the photo development section, and make sure that it's all clean for the next day. Um, that was my experience. Um, but not nearly as stressful as say the front line. The people that are working the main registers. They had they had like some of the worst jobs there. Um, Dealing with customers that were a pain in the ass. So um, GTA 5 Chaos mod is amazing. Viewers vote to have extreme grief or Jesus come attack me. And I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean, there's ways of like getting you know, getting a game to allow for the viewers to really give me a hard time, and that's the thing. I might have to start doing more of that. Um, you know, or at least give. Um, I might have to take. Well, I mean, like, okay, so Um, I have channel points that allows for users to, like when I was playing Warframe, to, change, you know, to kind of pick my Warframe and stuff like that, you know, or pick a weapon or something along those lines. So, I mean, it's not like I don't have it available. It's just you don't really see that really happening too much. Now, granted, my points are high in that regard, so maybe I need to lower the points down to do more of that. But um, but I might need to do um, I might need to do more of a point system. Uh, Actually, Jedi, I don't know where my glasses are at this moment in time. So even if I was to take that, yeah, like that, but I can't really. Um, I'm gonna have to refund you the points. um, because I don't know where I put them. like I said, everything's been kind of chaos lately on that front. So, um, I was just spending them to spend them. Exactly. But my point is just that I might have to do like when I first started getting the points, um, um, I like for example, I did a hydrate and I didn't put a cap on it. So I had people coming into my chat and doing a hydrate like 7 times in a row. So um, so that's something that I might need to do if I want to get into streaming. To be allow for more trolling aspects from the chat on me to do that, to allow for that. Um, so, um, and I might just need to suck it up and deal with it. Okay. Um, you know, but that's the whole idea of life as a streamer, right? You know, um, you know, uh, you know, I don't necessarily want a chat that is built on the idea of they control me whenever they want to, but um, I don't know. The whole interaction um, hasn't been there before, so um, there's your interaction, there's trolling, spamming hydrate 20 times in a row, is trolling. I hear you, man, but I mean, people come into my channel, don't see anybody chatting, and what are they gonna do? They're gonna walk away, or they're gonna find some way of trolling me to try to spice it up a little bit. So, um, type in play to join in a marbles race is your interaction. Oh yeah, I did a whole lot of marble streams in the past, and hardly anyone joined on those too. So, um, it's about viewer retention and trying to get more interaction going. So, um, but here's the thing. Okay. If I was to do more of the, obviously, I'm going to be doing full-time streaming again while I look for a job. Um, if I was to take this leap into being more of a professional streamer, as looking at this as more of a um, full-time job, um, where would I go? Do I stay here on Twitch and get 50 out of 50? That's not great. I'd be basically telling people donate versus doing the subscription because donate has no, has no, it's direct money to whoever you're giving money to, right? Um, Now, obviously, subscription has that mentality of like, oh, you get the emotes, you get the um, you might have more membership streams, you might have more um, you might have more possibilities of interacting with the streamer. But I mean, you know, I don't have that much of a um, large audience that stays for the most part. I do appreciate Jedi you being here and the like, but um, the I it's Um, you know, can I clone you a couple times? Can you clone yourself and come into my chat and chat with me a little bit more? um, but Twitch Twitch to me, while Twitch does have a large, viewing audience. I mean, you just look at all the streamers that are out there that are getting like, 1K of viewership easy, just being who they are. And, um, I'm saying, that's, you know, obviously, you know, on Twitch, that's definitely a possibility, right? Uh, Not to say that I'm gonna hit that, but um, that's something um, that's a possibility here on Twitch. Okay, but it's 50-50. If I switch over to YouTube, okay, um, I believe theirs is more of a 70-30. You get 70 out of the paid subscriptions, and they take 30. Obviously, that's a little bit better for me as a content creator, but at the same time, I would have to get there. Okay. I would have to build that audience up more, and I'm not there yet. My videos aren't creating that kind of subscription, to for people to stay you know, and watch my content over there. Now, live streaming might help in that regard, maybe. Um, but a lot of people have already said that, um, entry to affiliate on YouTube is higher. Oh yeah, yeah. You need, what was it, 10K subscriptions on YouTube to get to the point of being able to generate any kind of income there. Now, I'm not saying that you can't do the whole donation side of things, and you know, I can definitely continue promoting that, especially if I'm trying to make this, streamer being like an actual honest to gosh job. Um, but, you know, I would have to put that out there more. I would have to have those Nightbot messages pop up and say, hey, you like what you see? Consider donating, that kind of thing, right? I would have to have those Nightbot messages popping up on a regular basis. And obviously, for you, the viewer, you're not going to necessarily appreciate that all that much. But I mean, I'm just giving it how it is, right? Just letting you guys know, what the truth of the matter will be. Um, um, and obviously, it'll take some time to get that subscription count up to get to that point of being able to actually monetize the videos. Now, uh, it'd be fantastic, if eventually, later down the road, I'd be able to actually hire someone to cut, to actually edit these videos down. Um, if I do a full-time streamer job, though, I might need to try to do more on editing. I might need to like maybe make a playlist of videos and basically say, this is Jim's attempt at editing. Be gentle. um, you know, I don't want to be an editor. I don't like being the possibility of editing, but I mean, I don't really have any other options along those lines, right? Um, I'm gonna have to do something, okay, to change things up because, um, you know, what I've done in the past obviously wasn't really leading anywhere. So either I'm gonna have to change as a streamer, to do more to kind of get myself out there, to be viewable, to build that audience that I need to be sustainable, um, or I need to find a job that you know will potentially take me, potentially could take me away from being a streamer. So it's one or the other. There's no middle ground. you know. Um, Now, um, let's talk about Kick. Kick has been um, has been floating around recently because a lot of people have looked at Kick. A lot of streamers have seen Kick's advertisement of giving the streamers 95% of what they earn and taking 5%. Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah. Drink of water and drink something here. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Um, so Kick is brand new. It's been hitting the airways and so on and so forth. Um, you know, seen a few streamers switch on over to it, and obviously they've been getting a lot of um, they've been, some of the streamers that have been, making, that have had the audience, you know, they've been getting a lot of good support from Kick, because they want people over there on that platform. The the only problem with that is that, that particular platform, they're going to advertise gambling a lot. Okay, because that's their, that's where they make their money, is gambling sites. Okay, they're gonna want, people that are on that site to go gambling, with real money on their gambling sites to, to make the income that they're making, right? Ever since Twitch kind of did their whole ban on gambling, a lot of people left Twitch to go make their own site, which was Kick, and uh, they're over there. Um, Now, I've never been a supporter of gambling. Um, my mom did the state lottery for years and never came about from it. Never had anything happen there at all. Okay. Um, you know, uh, I knew, beforehand that, the house typically wins, right? Um, so one time that I actually did gamble, I took $50 out of my account, put it in blackjack, played that for a while, and um, lost my $50. I didn't win or anything along those lines, so I lost my $50. And I looked at that and gone, you know what? I didn't get any kind of enjoyment from it whatsoever. I don't really want to do that anymore. Okay. That $50 could have gone for, buying some meals. I could have, you know, I mean, at that time, meals were obviously cheaper, but, uh, You know, could have done 3 movies. Could have done, um, you know, 4 to 5 good steak meals or something like that. So I'm not one for gambling. I don't see it as a positive. Okay. So um so I wouldn't be a direct supporter of Kick. Okay. Um, you know, I'd basically be telling my entire audience there on that platform, please ignore and the ads. Which obviously they'd be like, hey, you know, why are you doing that? They wouldn't necessarily support me, right? Because they'd be listening to me saying, hey, this is, going to their websites and gambling isn't going to be good for your monetary status. I mean, unless you're ranking in, bucks upon bucks, of disposable income, and you don't really care, then sure, be my guest, have fun on those gambling websites. But for me, I see other, you know, I, you know, I see it as a waste of money. Okay, because there are other things that I'd rather have at this point in time. So, um, but that's me. Um, Kick is a scam and sketchy as fuck. You're not considering going there, are you? Not really. The, don't get me wrong, you know, the 95.5 is damn good, you know. Um, if they had that on here on Twitch, I'd probably be advertising more for more subs, like I could have like a little bar up on the screen saying, "Hey, current sub account" or something like that. Um, I haven't displayed that because I've never really felt comfortable with the idea of, um, hey, purchase a subscription and I'll make half of what you're giving. You know, it just feels off to me. Um, but I mean, it's their site. They're allowing me to be here, to stream on it. So I mean, obviously they need to make money along those lines. But at the same time, I look at some of these companies and I'm like going, hey, you guys are making billions. You're giving your CEO billions. It's like it it bugs me sometimes. So when I look at Kick and I see 95.5, that to me looks, you know, perfectly reasonable in my opinion. You know, um, 5% going towards, supporting of their servers um, and any kind of, background management of their website. Seems perfectly reasonable, especially when you have, some people, um, doing like, 10, 50 gift subs or something along those lines. It's like, you know, um, almost on a daily basis for some people, and it's like, that's quite a bit of money coming in, to support their website, or one would think, right? So, um, but like you said there, Jedi, I don't really like the undertones of it. I don't like the background that's there, so I'm not really that gung ho for it. So, um, if I was to make this more of a, you know, if I was to change the streaming that I do right at this moment in time, switch gears from, hey, this is a hobby, to, hey, this is my career, um, you know, monetarily wise, Kick would be awesome, right? You know, you're making, I'd be making 95 of what people are willing to give me, and I'd be promoting that more. I'd be basically saying, hey, feel free to subscribe more because, that's awesome, you know. Um, but I'm not necessarily comfortable with doing that on Twitch. Um, I can't really give that recommendation um, on Twitch. Um, so uh, YouTube seems like it would be probably like my best bet, really, um, because they are willing to do the 70/30. But as you mentioned there, Jedi, and then what I know, you have to hit that 10K subscribers in order to make any kind of money on YouTube. So I would really need to really bolster up my YouTube channel to really try to do that. Now, of course, streaming over there would definitely help out, trying to get more subscriptions and stuff like that. But I would definitely have to work on that more. I would have to do, I would have to put in a lot more time to, not only put up my full VODs, but, also edit those VODs down into something that maybe people might enjoy. I would have to do a lot of really splashy screens or something like that to try to do anything on YouTube, to try to bring up hype for it. So it's like, ugh. So it's not easy there. So um, 1K subs and 4K public watch time per year for YouTube. Yeah. Well, is it 1,000? I thought it was like 10,000 for it. Here, hold on a second. Let me switch this over to webcam here real quick. Let me see. Let me go to YouTube Studios. Um, oh yeah, okay. It is 1,000 subscribers. I thought it was up to like 10,000 to get to be able to apply for being a YouTube partner. Maybe they lowered that recently. I don't know. Hmm. Oh well. Close that out. Okay. Uh, head on back. There we go. And welcome there, Blackheart. You have the videos you can edit to make them shorter and more entertaining, point people to your Twitch from your YouTube. Oh, I advertise Twitch on my YouTube all the time, or at least um, when at the very end of all of my videos, I always you know mention I always have that like outro that I do. Um, but obviously, I would have to do more along those lines, right? I would have to do more of like a little graphic or something like that, kind of showing, you know, flashing on the screen or something along those lines to, say, hey, you can catch me live here on Twitch or, or something like that. Um, but if I did a streaming there, then um, it might be a little bit easier to get the subscriptions and the like potentially. I don't know. You know, I I don't know whether or not that would be um how obviously that would still be difficult. I mean, it took a long time for me to get to affiliate here on um, on Twitch, but more because I was dealing with the lack of stable viewership. You know, you had to hit that three average viewers, you know, in a month to 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 apply for affiliate here on Twitch, and that's what I really kind of struggled with, was hitting that number. Um, but it might be a little bit easier for me to do that on YouTube. Maybe. I'm speculating right at this moment in time. I don't know. But I mean, if the percentage is 70-30, then that's obviously better than what Twitch is offering. So, um, so that's, so right now, in terms of, like, if I was to look at this at a monetary gain standpoint, which, let's face it, if I do, like I said, if I take that step to being a full-time streamer that makes money off of streaming, I'm gonna need to look at that monetary. I need to look at that, you know, um, that bottom line. Okay, I would need to be making money off of streaming in some fashion or another. Ad, promotion, subscriptions, what have you, right? You know, I would need to be making money off of that. Um, especially if I don't get a job. Um, so by that standpoint, Kick would be the best in that offer, and because they're offering 95 to 5. But I can't necessarily support their platform. So they might not really appreciate me all that much. They might not necessarily support me all that much. They might not advertise my channel all that much. So that might be really like a really toxic relationship between me, the streamer, and them as a business. So not exactly ideal. YouTube seems to be like in the middle ground. Okay. Um, their streaming service isn't that great. They're still trying to work on making it a streaming service for streamers, which means that they're still trying to progress. They're still trying to build their website to handle that, to be a competitor to Twitch. So I mean, there's positives in that. Um, and they makes you have the potential of making 70 to 30 on that. So um, the um, so that that would be not as great monetary wise as Kick, but it's still decent. You know, um, it's not something that I wouldn't say no to, right? And of course, if you add into to the ad revenue of YouTube, I mean, all my VODs, would be like, you know, hundreds of ads on those 4-hour videos. So it's like, you know, um, so potential for ad revenue there, maybe, I don't know. Um, Twitch, I, I I just don't feel all that comfortable really pushing for subscriptions here on Twitch. I don't like the idea that, hey, you pay $10 and only five of it will be seen by me. I don't really like that. It doesn't feel right to me. Um, you know, um, so I'd be more pushing more for donations if I stay here on Twitch. Now, is there another streaming service that's going to be out there at all that might be better, that might have a better platform than Kick? That might have a better backing than Kick or something like that. I don't know. I haven't heard of anything. Um, one thing that, Blackheart's going to be looking into is there's a new um, potential streaming service for VTubers. Um, you can renounce your affiliate, then they can't sub, and you can live off donations. Right. I mean, I can definitely do that. Um, the that would also cut off the channel points too, though. Um, the I mean, there's a lot that there's a lot of positives to affiliate, but the subs I don't really support. That's the thing about it. You know, I love you know I love all the tools that they give you for being affiliate, but at the same time, I can't support their subs. So, um, I don't want people paying, you know, for a subscription and only seeing like half their money go to me. That doesn't feel right, you know. It's the reason why um I've attempted to do subathons in the past, but that never really went anywhere. Um, um, but it's still one of those things where it's like, you know, the only time that I ever actually um, pushed for subs was during those subathons, during the September, you know, because the asking price it was what, half or something like that, you know. So I was like going, hey, the price is cheaper, so I mean that's more of a benefit for the viewer for the subs, right? So so I was okay with that, but I would never really I was never really that comfortable advertising for subs when like I mentioned before, I never considered this as like a full-time job or anything along those lines. Um, I basically put it on the viewers on whether or not they want to donate it. But I never pushed for that. Okay. I never said, please, help me out. I could really use the subs or the like. Um, I never really pushed for that before. Um, so, um, but would I need to do that now? Um, Good question. I don't, I'm not sure. Um, you get more ads and no income from the ads, though. Yeah, that's, you know, exactly. It's, the like, I don't really have a problem with the ads, especially if the ads aren't blocking the streamer's content. Okay. I had to turn off the ads because I got tired of um, the ads coming up, taking the full screen of of the streamer's content, and you can't hear the streamer at all. I could be having a conversation with you, the viewer, and if an ad popped up, how are you supposed to know that, I'm talking to you directly? The ad takes over, and I always was irritated with that. Um, so that's an incentive to sub, right? But I mean, for anybody that can't, you know, then hey, I'm poor. you know, I'm, you know, I don't have a stable income coming in. Okay, so I can't sub. Okay, I can't justify subbing for a channel. So I just can't justify that. So I don't expect anybody else to do the same. Okay. I have no problem on supporting a person through ads. Okay. Like, for example, Crunchyroll. Okay. Crunchyroll used to have a system where they would allow people to watch the anime for free, but obviously they would have ad breaks in there. I had no problem with that. I had no problem on doing those ad breaks to support the content there, and I get a benefit out of it. Okay. But here's the thing, they never, their ads were never over the content. Okay. They were never like, you know, while you're watching this anime, we're going to completely block out the audio so you can hear this ad. They never did that. Okay. So I was okay with that. Okay. I was okay with doing that. But the problem is that the ads here on Twitch, they did that. They said, hey, you can't hear this streamer. You're going to have to hear this ad. That irritated me. That irritated me a lot. Okay. Um, but obviously I couldn't sub. I don't have that income. So, um, I know people that make $150 a month off an ad revenue and have like 60 average users. Yeah. But I can't support the ad system if it's blocking viewership. I won't support it. I will not allow for it to be on my channel if that's if they're gonna block my content from people actually hearing me, then I won't support their ads. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to put people in that position. You know, they're here for a reason. To watch me talk, play a game, whatnot. And if an ad gets in the way of that, then um, I mean, you hear it all the time. Um, the um, you know when I hear whenever someone sees an ad, they leave. You know, if something's blocking that person's content, they go to another channel. There are people that do that. They see the ad and they go, I have no time for this. I'm going to go somewhere else. Okay. And obviously that doesn't help me, you know. Um, so until Twitch fixes that, um, then then I might activate ads again. But from what I've seen, they haven't. They're still blocking people's content on that. So um, anyone who makes a living streaming has ads and subs. Well, that's my point. Is that if you don't support either of those, streaming won't be your career. Well, not here on Twitch. Not here on Twitch. You know, at at least. Well, Okay, so on YouTube, I haven't watched too many streamers on YouTube, but here's the thing. I don't think I've ever seen an ad pop up midstream that is blocking the streamer's content. Now, obviously, they have those little pop-ups um, that shows the ads on YouTube. Those show up, okay, but they don't block a person's audio or visual of the streamer at that particular moment in time. Now, I haven't watched, like I said, I haven't watched too many streamers on YouTube, so I'm not 100% sure on it. Okay, don't quote me on it. Okay, but from what I understand, they don't have that problem. Okay, they don't have ads that take up the full screen that block the streamer's content from being viewed. Okay, so so YouTube would be someone that I would support more. Okay, so um, so so right now, if I was to make streaming as a career, Twitch is not the place for me. Okay, I would have to move to another site in order to be a full-time content creator. Okay, so that would mean that everybody here would have to join me on another site. Okay, and if I was to make that jump, I would probably pick YouTube, to be honest. Okay, um, because at least with YouTube, I have the potential of generating ad revenue out of it. Okay. Um, just off of my VODs that I put up there. Okay. But it would mean that I would have to do more. Okay. To generate the amount of subscribers and viewing times. I would have to ask for more people to clip content that I can put them into the shorts so that, I have short content happening. Okay. YouTube, you generate a lot of revenue on the shorts lately. So, that's also a possibility. So, um, how much do you make off your videos right now, or do you not monetize your videos on YouTube? I'm not there yet. I can't monetize it at this point because I don't have the subscribers there. So, um, I would have to I would have to build up the subscribers there on YouTube in order um, to allow uh, to allow for the partnership to be activated. So as far as I've seen, they don't do ads that block the streamer, and after the stream ends, is processed and treated as any other vid. Yeah, um, and that's a kind of a benefit for me because then it makes things a little bit easier on putting the VODs up into YouTube as well. So it might make my job a little bit easier as well because then I can take those live videos and transfer them directly into the playlist, you know. So, if I was to make this of, the streamer as a full-time, you know, content creator, then I'd probably want to consider moving over to YouTube. Now that's obviously gonna suck for anybody here that's on Twitch. Maybe you love Twitch, you really don't want to leave, um, and that's kind of unfortunate. Um, but I mean, if I do that move, then um, I would have to, then, the way I see it, YouTube is the best out of the three that I listed there. Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Okay. Um, oh yeah, looks like they even went and removed my monetization too, but I'm back to less than 200 subs. Hmm. Okay. I never had it. Um, never had that. Um, never had a possibility of doing monetization on YouTube before. So, um, but I mean, they've had a lot of people putting videos up on YouTube, so I mean, I can understand them moving that goalpost to kind of dissuade people from trying to make a YouTube career and stuff like that. So, 9 years ago, I had monetization but wasn't making money anyhow. Understandable on that. And obviously, I would have to do more on my end to try to keep on growing that. Now, I've had a recent influx of more subscribers lately, but I think that was more to do with um, the Pega content that I've been doing, you know, or did in the past. You know, I've had some folks kind of joining me a little bit more because I was doing the Pega instruction videos. So I've been seeing a few more people subscribing that way. Um, and I haven't finished that, so, but okay. So right now, as it stands, between these three, and if I want to be more of a full-time streamer, then most likely I would want to do more of the YouTube than anything, than the three platforms. I can't, while I love the 95.5 monetization of Kick, I can't support the gambling websites that they are definitely going to be advertising to everybody. Um, and I can't necessarily support that. I don't want people having their lives ruined because of gambling. Okay. And people have had their lives ruined because of gambling. Uh, I don't want to have that hanging over my head that, hey, one of my viewers just, you know, destroyed their lives because they bet thousands on a website that they couldn't do and now they're out of a home or something like that. I don't want to have that on my mind. Um, so, and Twitch's ad and subscriptions are pretty toxic at this point in time, so I can't really support them on it. Um, they have no plans on, they're going to keep with the 50/50. Um, they're getting rid of their 70/30 plans um, and their ads have been very counterproductive to any kind of streamer. So I can't necessarily support Twitch as a full platform either. So, if I was to do anything, I might need to make a move over to YouTube. So so maybe consider that, or maybe keep that in your mind, there, folks, that I may take that leap and switch over to YouTube. Okay, so um, so if you haven't subscribed to my you know YouTube channel already, then you might want to consider doing that because um, I may just go ahead and switch on over. I you know Now, just for anybody that might ask, well, why can't you do both? Okay, I have seen streamers stream to both platforms at the same time, and and these are affiliates that are doing so. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, Twitch doesn't allow that. Okay, for anybody that's wondering. Okay, if you're streaming on Twitch and you're streaming on YouTube, okay, and you're an affiliate of Twitch, they have every right of removing your affiliate status. Okay, because you have an exclusivity with Twitch that you can't stream to any other streaming platform. Okay, they will not allow for you to stream at the same time, over on YouTube. Now you could probably try to stream to other like non-platforms, like from what I understand, you can stream to TikTok. I don't know how that really works per se. I haven't really messed around with that, but apparently you can stream to TikTok and that's fine. I don't know necessarily how you view a person's 4-hour stream on TikTok, saying that TikTok is normally just like a minute long or something like that. You know, I don't really. I can't really understand the idea of, hey, you go to TikTok and you're watching a 4 hour streamer there. So it's like, I don't know. Um, so if you want to do both, renounce your affiliate, you lose your channel points and income from bits, but how much is that anyway? How much is that anyway? Zero. That's how much it is. Um, TikTok Live is as long as you want. Okay. Um, but yeah. Um, yeah, I don't have any subscriptions and, the only bits that I got were from Gabe a long time ago when you could actually get bits for watching ads, but they removed that. So, you know, haven't seen any bits since then. So, um, you don't get bits for free anymore. So, that's no longer, you know, uh, but, wasn't able to get enough bits enough to go beyond the minimum that you need to collect in order to get any kind of income coming in anyway. So, like I said, in terms of income here on Twitch, um, I got uh, in my 4 years of being here on Twitch, um, you know, I got yeah. Well, here, let me open up. Um, let me check my creator dashboard right at this moment in time. Uh, um, okay. Okay. So right now, based off of um, all the bits that I've earned and so on and so forth, um, the Vinny's Twitch Prime that she gave me one time, and so on and so forth, ads, whatnot. Um, According to this, I have $31.94 currently on Twitch. So, uh, obviously that hasn't hit the payout threshold currently of $50. Um, and um, and that's like I said, I've seen $0 here on Twitch. You know, um, I mean the only amount that I've officially seen was when my friend, you know, who I live with, he donated $10 to me. That was it. Um, and I pay him rent, so that $10 went right back into his pocket. So, um, but um, so uh, I've not seen anything here on Twitch. So you know, uh, so yeah, like I mentioned before, I never stressed it. Okay, I never stressed subscriptions. I've never stressed bits, or I've never said please donate all the time. Um, I never pushed for that. Okay, um, because I knew, um, you know, so the reason why I did was the fact that I never saw streaming as a career. Okay, I didn't want to necessarily have it as a career because I knew how difficult it could be. Okay, I knew how much time and effort, you know, people that are trying to actually make it a career, you know, how much time and effort they put in that way. Okay, you see some of these, full-time streamers and how much they go through just to try to be entertaining to their audience. Okay, some of them will literally jump through hoops to keep their audience entertained. Okay, and they might even put themselves in harm's way in order to do it. Okay, um, they will, some of them go through lots of discomfort in order to make their audience give them money. you know, um, it seems pretty clear to me then either drop affiliate and dual stream or go to YouTube and see if you make it there. Yeah, pretty much. Um, that's basically it, Jedi. You're pretty much hitting the head on, hitting it on the head on that one. Um, so, but here's the thing. Um, you know, if I drop affiliate here to do stream on multiple platforms and stuff like that, I'm still gonna need, if I want to make this a career, I'm still gonna want to do more on YouTube anyway. Okay, I'd probably be paying more attention to people on YouTube or something along those lines. Okay, I'd have to give favoritism over to YouTube along those lines. Okay, I'm just stating facts out here, folks. So don't you know don't put me into a fire just yet. Okay, I'm just stating the facts here. Okay, so um so yeah, I mean if I was to do that, I'd have to switch on. To be honest, I think I'd just go cold turkey. Say, hey guys, I'm no longer going to be streaming on Twitch. I'm now going to be over on YouTube. You can watch me there. Okay. Um. So, uh, obviously I would make the announcement on Discord and so on and so forth, and hopefully people will follow me over there. Um. But that's obviously everybody's choice along those lines. Um, that's where editing your videos come in, making them consumable, you get more views, get more subscribers. Basically, yeah. Okay. Um, like I said, if I turn this hobby into a career, I would have to be doing more. Okay. Um, there's no question about it. Okay. So, um, so let's talk about content. Okay. We've already kind of, beat the dead horse about, what platform, right? Okay. Now, obviously, if there is a better platform than Kick that also offers 95 to 5, then let me know. You know, um, Blackheart, you have that VTuber streaming service, and I don't know how, if what the news is for that yet. Where they stand on that, and what benefits you might see from them. They're still working on that. Um, um, but who knows? Maybe I need to kind of get myself a PNG if that particular streaming site is like Kick, but you know, um, um, offers the 95.5, but you know, um, but maybe they're not as toxic, or they don't have the you know financial backing of gambling sites or something like that. So I don't know. VStream just started the first wave of test streams. Gotcha. Obviously, um, there's going to be a lot of problems there, a lot of growing pains on that particular site. But um, I mean, if they offer um, if they have their VTubers, potentially making 95 out of 5, then who knows? Maybe I just need to kind of make a PNG of my own and use that as an avatar or something like that. Maybe I'll go onto VStream myself. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there, folks. Okay. Um, you know, I like the monetization of Kick, but I don't support the really the gambling platform of all. Um, you know, uh, I never really appreciated Amazon's stronghold on Twitch either. Google, Google, I really haven't had too many issues with, other than um, the idea that they are basically making a whole bunch of money off of basically selling uh, information about their users out to others, um, but I mean that's pretty much any kind of website, right? So okay, so future game plans. Okay, what am I going to do? Um, if I'm staying here on Twitch, going over to YouTube, wherever, right? Um, they aren't talking about monetization yet because they're still working and testing the site and don't know if there will be enough interest to be able to do that yet, and which is understandable. It's again one of those growing pains for that particular site to see whether or not that's something that is a possibility. You know, the Kick has the backing of the gambling sites, okay, and that's why they're able to do the monetization up, fairly quickly, and they are able to do the 95.5, okay. Um, but VStream, from what I know, doesn't have an official backer of it yet. Okay, they're doing it pretty much open source to that site, to that. So they don't have any like official backers of it, to my knowledge. Um, so they might not get there yet. Um, and of course, they would really need to be like really working on trying to find advertisements to allow for being able to pay um, whoever streams on their site too. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of growing pains and pains there. So I'm not saying that I'm gonna become suddenly become a VTuber and switch on over to VStream like tomorrow or something like that. Yeah, no, not happening. But like I mentioned, if there is a site that comes along that, you know, not only A, I can respect, them as a website, as a streaming service, and two, they offer the monetization that is really good overall, then then I might consider that. So um, you could look into Trivo. I don't know what their monetization. From what I understand, I think they're also 50-50, if I'm not mistaken. So here, hold on. Let me double check that. And because um, I did kind of look into um, them as a website. Uh, yeah, it's 50%. Fans subscribe to your channel for a monthly price, and you'll receive 50% of the money earned. So, they're pretty much the same as Twitch. So now I don't know how their ads are over on Truvo, but I haven't really looked into them completely. But the fact that I was seeing like 50% on them, I was like, going, yeah, they're pretty much the same as Twitch. So um, I'd be in the same kind of boat that I'm currently in right now. So all right. Um, so currently, well, obviously I haven't streamed in a long time there, folks. I know. Um, and for those of you that have been wondering where have I been, well, I mean I've already kind of talked about that already, so don't need to reiterate on that. Um, but these were the games that are scheduled on my current content, and a lot of I still want to do that. I still want to kind of continue. Um, Warframe I still want to continue with. Final Fantasy VII I still want to continue with. Um, but here's the thing. I have not been, my enjoyment of Dragon Age Origins and Subnautica Below Zero hasn't been there. I have not been really enjoying both of those games. Now, um, I still want to finish them, but um, like for example, Subnautica, I thoroughly enjoyed Subnautica. I recommend Subnautica for the most part. I didn't really have any problems with Subnautica. I mean, obviously there's a lot of bugs in it, but I mean, and there's still bugs in it to this day. Um, but I still typically recommended the game. Um, but the way Below Zero was so far, I have not been enjoying it all that much, and I can't recommend it right at this time. Um, I haven't finished it yet, and I want to. So, um, and while I can appreciate the system of Dragon Age, um, uh, let's see if I remember correctly, Dragon Age was done by oh gosh, who were they again? Um, BioWare. Um, so I kind of have like a little love hatred of BioWare in a sense. Um, because on one hand, I appreciate, you know, what they do, what they've done, their how they've um, their interaction system has been, pretty decent overall. Um, the cinematics that they've done, you know, but here's the problem was that I was finding a lot of problems in their Knights of the Old Republic and their Mass Effect game. You know, I was having problems with those games. I was finding a lot of um, issues in both of those games, especially when I went towards an evil playthrough of both of them. Both the Sith versions and um, the um, the Renegade for Mass Effect. Okay, um, I I had no positives for both of those play styles on both of those games. And I'm playing Dragon Age Origins and I'm seeing the exact same problems. Wait, what the heck? I somehow got kicked from the my Discord. My stage just ended. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to look into that. um, uh, Figure out what the heck is going on in my little stage area, but I'll have to kind of deal with that later. Maybe it was like, hey, you don't have any viewership, so we're gonna end your stage. I don't know. I haven't really messed around with stages on Discord. And I know if I want to kind of create more of a um, if I want to be more of a like professional streamer or something like that, then I gotta be careful with um, allowing random people to chat with me on my um on Discord. So the stage is nice because it allows me to kind of con- have more of a control over that. So um, But yeah, okay. Getting back into games and stuff like that. Um, so I'm seeing the exact same problems that I had with the other BioWare games, and I'm seeing it in Dragon Age Origins. Okay. I'm, you know, I can appreciate the storyline, but at the same time, the storyline is also very limiting as well. Okay, but I have to take that with a grain of salt. I have to, you know, I'm I'm understanding the fact that it's not a it's not a like a official role-playing game. I'm not like sitting down with an actual game master and they're modifying the story due to, the choices that I make, the dialogue that I say. You know, it's not it's not dynamic enough along those lines, okay? Because I look at these games and I'm like, you're not giving me the kind of dialogue that I would like to present, you know, especially for the evil versions, for the Sith, for the Renegade. I was like, going, what the hell are these choices that you're giving me? Kill these people? What? No, blackmail them, make them part of my, um, start hiring out, thugs more, kind of thing. Basically say, hey, you're working for me now, kind of thing. That kind of um, side of things. Be more of the Palpatine and not the Darth Maul. you know, um, you know, don't be the outright. I need to kill everything in my way. Be more the Palpatine, where it's like, hey, I'm going to manipulate everybody around me to do the things I want to have done. You know, that kind of thing. Um, but that wasn't possible on those style game, on the previous BioWare games. So it's like I look at Dragon Age and I'm seeing the same exact problems. So that's why I've been kind of um you know um so on one hand I still want to complete the story. I still want to read the entire book, get to the last chapter, see the finale, right? I want to see that. I want to get to that point. But at the same time, I'm looking at the book and going, what kind of crap dialogue is this? you know, um, I'm looking at it and I'm going, uh, this could be written better. you know, that kind of thing. Um, that idea that, um, you know, uh, I feel like, it could be so much better, 10 times better, 100 times better than where it's currently at. But I'm dealing with what they gave me, so it's like, um, it's like the really bad tasting medicine, you know. Um, you know, you might have a really good, positive ending at the very, once you get through it all, but it's still kind of leaving a sour taste in my mouth every time I play it, that kind of thing. If you get what I mean, if you get my analogy. So, one second, I want to take another drink here. Be right back. Okay. Um, Hopefully people understand that analogy. Hopefully I don't have people that are absolutely in love with Dragon Age come after me in the comments or something like that and go, "What the hell are you talking about? This is the greatest game ever." I'm going to, you know, put you on all the Dragon Age forums and, flame you up, one side and down the other. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but I've seen, you know, I've seen my, you know, I've seen toxic content, before. I've seen toxic communities before in my lifetime, so it won't be anything new. I just don't necessarily want to have thousands of people coming after me for it. Um, but I mean, I'll still deal with it if I have to. But ooh, that's gonna be rough if someone you know takes what I say and goes, oh my god, he hates it completely. That kind of thing. Um, so obviously I thoroughly enjoy Final Fantasy VII. Last time I played it though, I couldn't even get it to run. So I'm hoping that once I start back streaming again, I can get the Final Fantasy VII launcher to actually launch the game without any problems. We'll find out. Um, we'll see. Um, World of Warships. Um, Now, I tried to do a Wednesday stream and a Friday stream. To The Wednesday stream was to try to help my clan out on getting to the point of being able to do clan battles. And then the Friday was meant to um, help my clan out with the clan battles. Um, and um, I don't necessarily want to, you know, I've been doing World of Warships for years now, and I don't necessarily want to like leave that. Um, I don't necessarily want to leave my viewers that enjoy that content high and dry. I don't necessarily want to be like, saying, "Hey, I'm done with World of Warships. I'm gonna end it." I do kind of want to continue it. Um, but here's the thing. Here's what's been kind of throwing me off a little bit. Um, I'm kind of seeing writing on the wall right at this point, which is that um, there's two things that are bugging me about it. One, um, I'm not really seeing a lot of like stable content with World of Warships. I've had don't get me wrong. Okay, there have been people that have um, followed me on this channel that are in love with World of Warships. Okay, and I've played with said individuals on World of Warships with World of Warships. Um, and I don't necessarily want to say, um, you know, I still want to, you know, um, have that kind of, viewer connection, right? Um, the there just hasn't been a lot there lately. First off, um, now obviously I can reach out to people that have played World of Warships with me in the past and see if they want to continue doing so. On these Wednesday nights, Friday nights, so on and so forth. Um, but um, that's up to them. You know, um, does Corpse want to join me? Does Mikey want to join me? Does Kermit want to join me? Does Blackheart want to join me? Um, is there anybody else that has joined me in the past that might want to join me, or maybe someone in the future might want to? Well, obviously, there's always that potential for a new viewer that enjoys the game that wants to join me for the battles. Okay, and I have no problem with that. Um, the um, it just doesn't necessarily, you know, because I don't play the higher tiers. It I don't have those individuals that want to stick around or they want to, they're already in the higher tiers. They're already in the 7 through 10 higher tiers, and they don't necessarily care about playing in the lower tiers anymore or something along those lines. Or maybe they don't really care about watching people in the lower tiers. Um, so, um, I've seen, you know, in the past that I really haven't gotten like a what's the word I'm looking for? Um, I haven't really seen the community grow that much in World of Warships. Now, again, I don't play it on a full-time basis. I've already mentioned why that is in the past, okay, on World of Warships itself, okay? So there's no need for me to repeat it, okay? Um, but um, uh, I would need to really kind of try to figure out how to see about trying to get, the people that have played World of Warships with me in the past to see if I can like bring them back into the fold. Have them talk with me on a regular basis on it. Um, but sometimes it might be bridges are already burned or something like that. You know, um, you know, for example, Mikey's already moved on, um, and I've already it's already felt it already kind of feels like I've kind of burned that bridge already. You know, um, you know, I you know would love for him to come on back, but um, he, you know, the you know the I wasn't given enough as a content creator to be a positive, outstanding force as a guild leader. So, um, which, like I mentioned before, I never really kind of considered myself as a strong leader. I tend to more follow than lead, or at least that's basically been my nature in the past. So, um, but you know, um, I mentioned my issues with the game, and it just wasn't enough, and I understand that. Hence the reason why I wanted to try to do a little bit more because I could see, you know, I understand where he was coming from, and I wanted to try to change that in some fashion. Okay, I wanted to be able to um, put in a little bit more time on my, on my end to stream to show that, hey, no, I do, I do want to help out, my clan on both, you know, raising up the preparation stage as well as helping out in the actual clan battles for the game. Hence the reason why I do 2 days for World of Warships. The other downside though is I've been seeing more and more from Wargaming showing more of tendencies towards the um, towards the pay to win side of player versus player um, style combat. Okay, and um, obviously, I'm not making any kind of income to support that kind of pay to win style strategies, and I don't have a disposable income at my disposal to even do anything even close to working with that. But um, but with how they've been kind of treating World of Tanks, um, you know, it got close to a pay to win model fairly recently on World of Tanks, and obviously they were getting a lot of negative feedback from the community on that. But let's face it, World of Tanks was still, still has that element of pay to win already kind of embedded in the system. And, I feel like, um, you know, they could try to be doing the exact same thing in World of Warships. Okay. Um, I see it in premium ships all the time where, um, they have slightly better armor, they have slightly better guns. Now, obviously, if, um, you know, if the player is crap, if they have no idea on how to angle their ship and the like, then they're gonna get their ass handed to them. Okay, sure. Um, but here's the thing, if you went, um, if I basically did a copy of myself, if I did a clone of myself, and I put myself in a premium, like in a premium battleship, with the same tier as a regular battleship of the same tier, um, you know, um, you know, who would typically win out? And well, probably more often than not, it would be that premium ship. All right, which means people that are paying money to purchase said premium ships are having a slight advantage. Now, I'm not saying that it's like, you know, completely groundbreaking and, game breaking, um, to, pay to win structure, but it's still there. Um, and it's kind of irritating that, you're seeing it more and more as the day goes. Um, I'm seeing more and more premium ships show up in battles, and it's like, um, it might get to that point where being a free to play player is almost impossible on World of Warships. Um, and that would be unfortunate. Um, because then, um, you know, I would have to do, you know, I would have to, step up my game even more in order to combat the, you know, the, um, the idea that, my ship isn't going to be able to do as much damage as, say, the premium ships that are out there. So, um, so it's kind of, an unfortunate situation with that. Um, so there's that. Then we come to Warframe. Um, I have no plans on dropping Warframe. I enjoy the game. I want to continue. I want to continue with it. Obviously, obviously new content has dropped on in the game. I'm very well aware of it. Um, but I haven't. I've been away, so I would need to try to make up for lost time there, along those lines. Now, I have, to my knowledge, I think there's only been like what, like one more quest that's come out, but I think there's been like what, two new, um, two new Warframes that have dropped there, I believe. Um, Um, but obviously, I'm not planning on dropping that. I want to continue playing Warframe. But obviously, I need to, kind of get back into playing it on a regular basis. Um, but here's the thing. Here's where things are, you know, uh, this is something I have to kind of consider now. Okay. If if I do um, a change from my current standpoint of, hey, streaming is a hobby, I'm going to find myself a full-time job, I'm going to be making income, and I don't necessarily need to rely on, viewership and streamers, or, viewership, donations, subs, so on and so forth, right? You know, uh, I get that full-time job, I don't need to worry about it, right? I don't need to stress about trying to make money on, you know, Twitch, YouTube, whatever, what have you. Okay, that whole conversation of, Twitch, YouTube, content, right? Um, but here's the thing. If I do consider that, then game for views, I might need to drop some of these games, or at least, or at the very least, I might need to put them on pause because, you know, if if I need to work this as a business, then I would I would need to look at the um I would need to kind of look at what gets the most amount of people watching content on it, and I might need to change to that. You know, now I have a good computer now. Okay, I can run all the games that are out there right at this moment in time. Okay, and obviously I'm not going to be able to purchase, new games right at this moment in time. I'm not going to say like, oh hey, I'm going to be able to, you know, purchase, all the brand new games that are being released all the time. But here's the thing. But or okay, for example, okay, one of the one game that I'm watching one player, on Twitch, or I'm looking at the flash screen on Twitch. Obviously they put a lot of streamers up on Twitch right now, showing, hey, these are people that you could be watching, and this is the content that they're playing right at this moment in time, right? Well, this game that this particular person is playing is called Dead Island 2. Okay, I personally have no interest in playing that whatsoever. I really don't like blood and guts style games. I really don't like, the whole zombie apocalypse kind of thing. That's just not typically my style content that I enjoy playing. Okay, it's not something that I want to play. But here's the thing: if I go into the idea of like, hey, I need to build a community, I might need to consider it. You know, now I wouldn't necessarily say um, I'm gonna need to, I'm gonna be able to, I can't purchase Dead Island 2 right now. Okay, I don't, like I said, I don't have the income. Okay, so it might not be the you know the first game that I would pick, right? To try to, you know, build my community even more, right? Um, but I mean, I would have to look at content, game categories, and I might need to look at that a little bit more and, You know, if I was a content creator, you know, I would I would probably have to like look at, you know, the numbers game, and I might need to, instead of being a variety streamer that I am, where I'm playing all these different style games, I might need to switch over to like a one content game player, you know, um, you know, play a single game and that's it. Okay. Um, that's one of the, you know, that's why, the whole, you know, game for views kind of matter steps in, right? Um, because okay, let me put it this way. Okay. Um, I look at, say, uh, what's a game that I've been streaming on a regular basis, right? Um, Warframe 1.5K viewers. Um, you know, as a community. World of Warships 1.4K viewers. Um, let's see. I know for a fact that Dragon Age, Final Fantasy VII, Subnautica Below Zero is even lower than that amount of viewership. Okay, because they're like not the most advanced game out there. Okay, it's not what people are, you know, super into and watching. You know, now don't get me wrong. There's obviously people are still going to be joining streamers when you're playing those style games. I mean, I play Final Fantasy VII, and I still have people joining my stream during those, and still talking about Final Fantasy VII. I got a couple followers from those Final Fantasy VIIs. Okay, um, but let me see. But as a category right now, only 614 viewers currently, right at this moment of time. Okay, so if I was to start up Final Fantasy VII right now, I'd be basically, fighting against other people for the possibility of having 614, 614 people that might be interested in watching it. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, um, you know, I would hope that those of you that are watching me right now, that are in my community, that are listening to me at this moment in time, I would hope that you would still kind of join me for those gaming sessions and chat with me, um, have fun together in those kind of discussions. But um, if if I have to switch over to a if I have to switch it over to a business, if I have to change this mentality of like, hey, I can no longer play games that don't have the viewership, then I might need to consider dropping them. Okay, I might need to consider that. You know, that's something that would have to be on my mind. You know, I would have to look at, you know, uh, what game is trending, what game is, everybody enjoying nowadays. I would have to try to go for the, you know, brand new game just to try to see if I can bring in more viewership, right? I'd have to consider thinking along those lines. Um, you know, um, you know, I'm just putting that out there, folks. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Okay, um, you know, if you're a content creator, you either have to find some way of generating some kind of audience that either likes you for you, or maybe you provide um, some kind of entertainment one way or another for like one particular game. Like maybe you're a Minecraft player that plays Minecraft all the time and they enjoy seeing you play Minecraft. Okay, that's that. People have done that for years now. Okay. Um, but obviously you'd have to kind of change things up a little bit. For example, everybody might not necessarily enjoy the fact that you're um, just playing vanilla Minecraft, for example, right? So I have to consider that as well. Okay. If I'm trying to reach more viewers, if I'm trying to build my community up more, then I would have to consider that. You know, I'd have to consider pushing those boundaries. So, um, so a lot of these games that I have on my list here, you know, they might have to go into the chopping block. Okay. you know, um, you know, if I was to go for like a game for views, for example, you know, I would have to do more Grand Theft Auto 5 because there's 202K viewers right now in the category of Grand Theft Auto 5. So that would mean that I would have to do more Grand Theft Auto 5 online to, to see if I can generate more of a community that way. But here's the thing. If I do that, then, you know, are they just there for the game or are they there for me? I have to I have to work on trying to, get people that are interested in just me. And well, I don't know. That's uh how can I make myself more appealing to others? You know, um, you know. So obviously, um, you know, that's something that I would have to weigh in on. Okay. Um, would I have to drop a couple games to try to go more for viewership? You know, like have these days where it's like, hey, I'm just gonna be playing Grand Theft Auto 5 because I want to build my community up a little bit more. I don't know. Um, like, in the past, I just wanted to play the games that I wanted to play and have fun with them. But if I turn this into a business, if I turn this into, hey, I need more eyes on me, I need to build up my community faster, you know, then I need to find ways of doing that, which means I need to try to push those boundaries a little bit more. I need to try to figure out, what might click. Okay. Um, and yeah, that's something that I have to kind of consider as well. So, um, again, it's not something that I kind of, want to do. Because, like I said, I want to get through these games that I haven't played before, and I want to finish them off. But if I need to try to be more of a streamer, then I have to figure out some way of not being a variety streamer and be just a single content creator. And that's probably going to be really boring for me. So, I don't know. Um, it's what do you think? You know, what you know, you I want to ask you, the audience, you know, how would you feel if I was to say I'm gonna cut out a good majority of these games and just play Grand Theft Auto 5, for example, online, and only play Grand Theft Auto 5. You know, as an example, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that that's going to be the game that I would go to, for example. To be honest, I'd probably pick more Minecraft over Grand Theft Auto 5 because at least in Minecraft, I don't necessarily need to deal with the toxic online community that can be there in Grand Theft Auto 5. Um, I can just play as a regular Minecraft game and just try to um, build worlds there or something like that, or build structures there. You know, do a little you know my own little Minecraft tutorials or whatnot. uh, to join the thousands upon thousands of tutorials that are already on YouTube. Um, but if you're listening right now, what's your opinion? You know, I'd like to hear from those of you that are still watching me right now. Um, oh. In the meantime, seeing that I haven't been um, active streaming lately, um, I've also been playing some Terraria and Genshin Impact, or I've been playing some Terraria directly, and I've been joining Blackheart with his Genshin Impact playthroughs lately. And there is, and I have the potential of potentially streaming with him on that. Which would mean that I would probably need to change out some of my current content as well, or move things around a little bit more. Um, you know, I may need to say drop Dragon Age Origins for say, playing Terraria and Genshin Impact again. So, that's also a possibility, you know. Um, or I may need to kind of split the streaming day, like start off with Dragon Age for like 2 hours or something like that, and then switch on over to Terraria afterwards or something. Um, so, that's also something that I'm considering because I enjoy playing games with others. So, um, you know, I've typically been okay with when anybody wants to join me in um, playing any of the multiplayers that have been around. Okay. Um, for World of Warships, it was um, Corpse, Mikey, Kermit, and Blackheart, for example. Been joining me for World of Warships. Tornado. Um, and any of the others that have, maybe done a one-off with me. Um, you know, I'd welcome them if they want to continue playing World of Warships with me on those days. Okay. Warframe, Vinny, Crazy, Jedi, Blackheart. Um, Princess never joined me, so I mean, even I joined plenty of hers, but she never was willing to join me. Um, so so I kind of stopped on that. Um, but you know, uh, I I had no problem when people wanted to join me on games, and um, now that Blackheart has been playing more Terraria and Genshin Impact, both games that I have played previously on this channel. I actually have playlists with them, um, with both of those games. Um, you know, he's kind of opened the door for me joining him on those games, which again, you know, I would have to, you know, change around my schedule the way I have it right now to allow for that. First off, um, but again, um, if I was to do that, once again, these are two games that, you know, um, well, Genshin Impact has a decent viewership from what I understand. Yeah, 14.3K. Not that, 150K viewers for Minecraft, for example, but I mean, 14K is nothing to balk at either. Not to say that I'm gonna get any of that 14K, but um, it's showing how many people are interested in said games that are willing to watch said games. Okay. And if I want to build up my community more, then I would need to consider that more. Okay. Um, let's see. Terraria. Where is Terraria's current viewership right at this moment in time? Let me just do a search for it. Terraria only has 624 viewers, so not a strong presence there. Um, in terms of um, viewership overall. Okay. So, for example, if I was to say, change this into a business side of things, if I was to kind of, you know, be very tunnel vision on like, hey, I need to focus on like, what games are going to give me the best viewership overall, um, then I pretty much drop all these games, for example, and just go either, you know, um, Grand Theft Auto 5 and Minecraft. um, but that's the thing, that um, I'd have to kind of do a complete landslide of all the current games that I have on my list right now. I can't play anything more. And that kind of defeated my kind of initial idea of doing the streaming content to begin with, which was, hey, I wanted to kind of play some of the games um, that I haven't finished. You know, that was kind of the idea for it. You know, um, and get a couple of people that might be in and might enjoy watching me play them. That was kind of the you know initial idea of it all. But I mean, if I was doing it for viewership, then you know, I'd probably have to change things around a little bit, right? You know, a lot of these games that have very few viewers, might have to be dropped if I was to mentally think about going on that general direction, right? I would need to focus on games that are more multiplayer. or and that allow for multiplayer. Um, to try to have a little bit more community interaction with, or maybe do games that allow for more um, community trolling, such as Grand Theft Auto 5 or Minecraft, for example. Um, that kind of thing. So, so yeah, you know, ideally, okay, so in a perfect world, okay, um, I'd be able to do software dev during the day, um, pay for editor to handle my YouTube channel, you know, and then play all these games the way I kind of want. Play all these games, um, how I want to play them, and upload them to YouTube, and there you go, but like I said, that's questionable right now. So now, um, where it's gonna go, I'm not sure. Again, you know, uh, I'm always open for anybody's input. So if anybody has any, um, suggestions, like, hey, Jim, um, I would love to see you do full-time Minecraft or something like that. Great. I clear the board. I probably, you know, I'd probably lose a lot of viewerships that way. Um, you know, uh, like, you know, I added a bot in my Discord, for example, and um, it's something that I kind of want to. I'm thinking about turning off, but it's been showing me people that have left the server. Um, and that's not necessarily great to see, especially if it's someone that has been kind of with me for a long time now. Um, that has been kind of joining me on content, and to kind of see them leave the Discord server, it's like, it. I mean, if I'm not doing anything with the Discord server, then I can kind of understand them not wanting to stay. But at the same time, I don't really, not a whole lot of activity on it anyway. So, um, even though I've tried to allow for a lot of potential for it, and I try to interact with people as I can on the Discord server. Um, but it's just, obviously, um, I would love to see everybody just kind of stay. Um, so I think I'm gonna need to look into trying to disable that, because when you see people that you've been playing with for months, if not close to a year now, uh, leave your channel, leave your Discord, leave your channel, um, you know, remove their subscription, that kind of thing, then um, you know, mentally it makes you wonder, was it something that I said, kind of thing. But in this particular case, it might have been something along the lines of, it isn't, uh, I wasn't saying anything, you know, so maybe they didn't want to stick around if I'm not really saying much, you know, and can't necessarily fault them for that. Like I mentioned, like I typically mention, um, friendship is a two-way street. And if you're only getting, if you're providing the friendship and you're not getting it in return, then, you know, um, you might need to consider, is, are you, is that really a friend, kind of thing. Now, obviously, um, it depends on the person too. Okay. Um, like for example, I don't really talk much at all. I'm very introverted. Um, but I try to hold on to some semblance of friendship anyway. Now, I might not like see a person for months, if not years. But if I see them again, then I would treat them kind of like the exact same way that I kind of treated them before, or at least I would try to. I would basically say, hey, how you been doing? What you been up to? How's your family doing? Um, you know, what you been doing lately? That kind of thing. Uh, I'm not necessarily one for small talk, and I guess that's kind of one of my problems is that I've never been really that strong in small talk. I tend to hit more of the more heartfelt matters in some cases. Okay. Um, and and if someone's kind of struggling or something like that, then I want to try to help them as well. You know, like back in college, I met um, three guys that were three guys or two. No, I think it was Nick and Daniel. They were going through a programming course and they were struggling with it, and I helped I helped tutor them on programming back then. Um, and if I was to see them today, I'd be like, hey, let's catch up. Let's go out to eat and um, you know, catch up on where you've been, what you've been up to, um, where you've been working, that kind of thing. It doesn't matter to me too much along those lines. Now, yeah, I'll admit, I would love to have, that circle of friends that are like always around. Um, but I also know that life can come at you hard sometimes, and sometimes you might need to take a step back. You might need to kind of, you know, um, um, evaluate things. So, um, you know, so, um, you know, I just hope that um, when, while they might have left my Discord, maybe I'll see them in game again because they've expressed interest in me playing the game again. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, I hope uh, I hope there wasn't anything that um like I hope there wasn't something that I might have said that basically said, hey, I don't really want to be here on this Discord anymore. I hope that that wasn't the case. But I don't know. They left, and I'm not going to press them on it. So, um, maybe they'll join again. We'll see. Again, I won't push them on that matter at all. So, but we'll move forward. We'll keep on moving forward on that. So, okay. Um, coding plans. You know, I still need to, I still need to continue uh, what skills I do have in software development, right? I have not gotten my Pega certification. Uh, I've paused on that, and that's my fault, obviously. But again, I've been dealing with a lot mentally. Um, so um, my streams have, prior to me taking my long break, it was an hour session of coding, an hour session of uploading videos to YouTube, and then 4 hours of gaming after that. Um, I do want to continue doing that. Um, um, you know, do because I didn't get my certification for Pega, um, I don't know if I can justify trying to go for jobs in Pega, because they're going to be looking for that certification now. Um, and that kind of worries me. I've been trained for a year on Pega and had a job for a year for Pega, and I didn't get a certification out of it. So if I was to go to a job and say, hey, I'm looking for a job in Pega, they're going to be like going, okay, well, where's your certification? We see that you have, job experience with it. You're saying that you've done work in Pega, but you don't have your certification. Why is that? And I won't have a good I don't have a good excuse on that. I don't have anything to say along those lines. What am I going to say to them? You know, hey, the trainer that I had in, during the training session was terrible. There was no mentorship in my job, and I didn't take the time myself to get the certification. Obviously, I shouldn't say that, right? They're going to take one look at that and go, well, well, why would we want to hire you then? Right? You know, I'd be basically shooting myself in the foot if I said that, correct? You know, um, yeah. Um, but I wouldn't have a good answer if they asked me, well, why didn't you take your own time on getting your certification yourself? I don't have an answer for that. And that's one of the things that kind of worries me about my upcoming job exploration. Uh, I should have a certification, but I don't. And I don't really have anything to. I have no excuse. I have no excuse for it. You know, I should have taken time out of my day on my own time, my own dollar, and worked on getting that certification. Studied more to get it. And because I didn't, now I'm going to pay the price for it. So, um, I look at that and that's already kind of weighing down on my mind, right? you know, um, I see that and I go, boy, you know, I didn't do enough. And so now, how do I fix that? How do I turn that into a positive? Um, I don't know if I can. I don't know if there's any way to spin it, you know, into something that's positive. You know, even me saying that, hey, I didn't have a mentorship to help me get my certification, they're still going to ask me, well, why didn't you do it yourself? Why didn't you work at it yourself? Kind of thing. You know, there's always a counter to what, I have the potential of saying, you know, I'm basically, yeah, you look at it and you like go, okay, well, Jim, you're kind of self-defeating yourself. You're putting up scenarios that, you know, um, you're creating no win scenarios for yourself on that. But that's the thing. These are simple questions that, any developer would ask. I would ask that, you know, and if I have to, if I can ask that, if I can go up to a new recruit and say, okay, where's your certification in this program, and they don't give me a good answer for it, then how reliable are they, right? Oof. Right in the heart. How reliable are they? Yeah. There's a stab in the heart. See, this is the mentality that I've been kind of dealing with for past couple months. You know, um, always feeling like I should be able to do more, but I don't achieve it. I don't get to that finish line. I always feel like I trip up getting there. It's one of the reasons why I did the whole streaming of Pega to kind of keep my focus on the goal of it. You know, I have streaming as a possibility, as a focal point. Allows me to kind of focus on getting to that goal line of getting that certification, for example. Um, you know, I wasn't getting that from work at all. They were basically saying, study it on your own. Good luck. And it's like, that's not mentorship. you know, it's like, oh, you have questions? Okay, feel free to ask. Okay, well, can you join me in these little study sessions of mine? They're like, no, no, no. You can just come to us whenever you have questions. It's like, mm, come on. That's not a mentor. Um, or at least that's not my definition of a mentor anyway. I don't feel that that would be a mentor. A mentor is meant to guide. Um, oh, here, let me see. Let me bring up the exact definition of what a mentor is, right? Uh, mentor definition. An experienced and trusted advisor. Okay, well that doesn't really um, advisor train. Okay. Um, experienced person in a company, college, or school who trains and counsels new employees or students. Trainer, teacher, tutor, coach, instructor. You know, advisor, guide, confidant, counselor, consultant. These are synonyms to what a mentor is. And you know, I've never felt like I've had one of those since leaving college. You know, um, well, There was one job that I had that um, the president of the company was willing to kind of sit down with me and teach me how to handle, something new, brand new that I've never experienced before. And I considered him a good mentor, someone that was willing to take the time to help me grow as a developer. Okay. I saw him as a great mentor. Fortunately, they shut their doors. So, or at least they went from a development studio, um, doing games for Disney, to a mobile development company, from what I understand, and couldn't uh, they couldn't justify holding on to the amount of coders that they had, you know, to get into the mobile market, which was very volatile at the time, and um, they couldn't justify it. They didn't have a contract to build a new game on mobile or anything along those lines. So, my time there was short. I kind of miss it though. I really enjoyed that company. I enjoyed working for them. I would love to, like, would have loved to have kind of continued working with them on it, but um, well, game development is a very volatile industry. You know, um, the when a game studio is done on a contract from a producer, such as like EA, for example, um, you know, then what is that game studio going to do again? What is that game studio going to do? You know, how are they going to continue paying their employees afterwards? Well, they're going to need to make the next game, right? Well, if they're not getting a contract from that producer again, such as EA, then how are they going to pay their employees? You know, so that's the thing. That's the one of the um, that's one of the hardships of being a game developer. You know, there isn't, you show the fact that you can do the coding and you've developed, a product, and you can take that and try to, get somewhere else. But I've seen the writing on the walls before about game development, and like I said, it's a volatile industry. There's no real stability in that industry per se. So, um, you can try maybe doing an indie game and maybe make something out of it. Maybe make a game out, make a game company out of it, game studio out of it. But, you know, um, you have to come up with something that, you know, um, you know, grabs the attention, you know. And let's face it, folks, there is a number of indie developers out there already, just trying to make it somewhere. Um, you know, uh, just as an example, okay. Um, so um, the you know the game company Innersloth. I don't know if anybody knows of that particular gaming company at all. Uh, you might not recognize the name of the game company, but you might recognize the game itself that they've that put them on the map, um, which was Among Us. Okay, well, they've done previous games prior to that. Okay, Among Us wasn't their first game. Okay, and it hasn't been their last game, or at least I don't think it's been their last game. Um, but they released the game back in 2018, right? Well, the um, it didn't really take off, as you know, um, it didn't really blow up until what, like 2020 or so. Um, yeah, it was 2020 that really hit like a huge spike in popularity. Um, because there was quite a number of content creators that were playing it in um, other countries of the world, South Korea and Brazil, for example. Um, and that's 2 years for a mobile game that really didn't get a lot of traction for it. And since it hit the popularity back in 2020, obviously you know it blew up. You know, um, let's see, I don't know what it's um like I don't know their download numbers at this point in time. Let's see. Hold on. Um, the game had roughly 500 million players worldwide as of November 2020. You know, so you're looking at um, 2018 where it had very few downloads. You know, wasn't getting like a lot of traction or whatnot, or it was, it might have been starting to kind of get some traction overseas, for example, but it wasn't until like 2 years later that you know it really sparked, and you had uh, the um, viral, it blowing up in a viral way, right? Um, so the um, so when you're looking at game development, when you're looking at writing up uh, new game, if you're a game studio, um, you can release all these games and stuff like that, but they might not get that viral launch that you're looking for. Okay, um, you don't have the production studios, the producers that are advertising your game or anything along those lines. So sometimes, as a game developer, as a game studio, if you're trying to make an indie game, you need to try to get that game out, to as many eyes as you possibly can. And well, guess what? Not everybody's going to be willing to check out that game either. So, um, you want as many eyes as you possibly can on it. So you're going to be trying to, reach out to, you want to try to like reach out to those that have like the, you know, um, quite a number of viewers to take a look at your game, right? Now there's obviously some people that have kind of taken it upon themselves to kind of check out indie games, And obviously, uh, kudos to those that are doing that because you're getting more eyes on those indie games to advertise, you know, for them a little bit more. Um, but that's not always going to be that's not always going to happen though. You know, so if you're a game developer, if you're a game studio trying to make indie games, you're gonna want to, you know, build a game, finish it, try to advertise it, but at the same time, while you're trying to advertise it, start working on the next game. Start, planning out, if you haven't already planned out, plan out the next game and start working on it because the possibility of no traction whatsoever on your previous game is a high probability. So, um, especially with the market being flooded the way it is. So, um, and you might not have the, you know, um, producer that is willing to give you millions of dollars to, make the game or anything along those lines, especially if you're an indie developer. So, um, so I think I'm still gonna keep, to get back to future plans here. Okay, just to kind of let's get back on track here. Went off on a tangent here. Um, I want to try to continue getting my certification, which means I need to get back into studying for my PEGA certification exam, which means I'll still keep with the, 2 o'clock start time for the streams, do an hour of studying for the PEGA certification, so that I can get that certification, so that I can justify, trying to go for jobs in PEGA. Um, I'll still try to apply for jobs that are saying, "Hey, we're looking for Pega developers." And if they ask that, "Hey, do you have a certification?" You know, obviously I'm going to get a lot more rejections that way. Not much I can really do about that, um, but that's that's something that I'm going to have to deal with and face. Um, I welcome anybody that wants to join me on that. Um, uh, I have uh, a past coworker that mentioned that she would help me out with um, looking over my videos, and from what I understand, she said that she has, but we need to kind of go over them. But I haven't heard from her since then, so I need to reach out to her on that. I also need to reach out to my previous um, batchmates, people that have trained with me on Pega and see if, maybe they're in a company that needs a Pega developer and maybe I can get in on that way. So I'm going to need to reach out to everybody there and see if there's, if I can find something there. Okay. Um, you know, I'm, you know, I'm going to be looking for a job. So, um, until streaming um, gets to that point of being, um, that will allow for a monetary income coming in. Until that happens, I have to, look for another job. Okay, I can't, I can't rely on this as an income. I can't. There's no way. I don't have, that much of a disposable income um, on hand to help out with that. Um, I would have to rely on the generosity of others, and um, that goes back into what platform and stuff like that. Um, so again, really thinking about moving to YouTube. Okay, I'll have to do I'll have to rebuild the community there on YouTube, but you know, the but you know, just to let you know, if you're watching right now on Twitch, okay, then join me over there on YouTube. You know, subscribe over there. You know, because um, you know, if I'm gonna be streaming over there, then I don't necessarily want you to miss those streams. Okay. Um, you know, I still want to have you join me, you know, for these streams. Okay. So, so bear that in mind. Okay. Now, once Pega is done, then I will look into doing going back into game coding. Now, I found my old game on my old hard drive. Okay. Um, but I feel like I would need to, you know, I'm looking at it and I'm already seeing the fact that I kind of messed up on that on GGG to begin with. Okay, so um, so I feel like I would probably want to try to do to like maybe restart it. Okay, um, which means I would probably want to obviously, download Unity again, or, download Unity on the machine that I have right now and um, see if they have any like updated tutorials um, on 2D maps um, to try to allow me to kind of build GGG the way, I envisioned it. So, and at that point, I might actually ask if anybody wants to join me as well. Now, in the past for GGG, I've checked this. I've asked if anybody wanted to join me, or if there was any artists or musicians that wanted to kind of help me out on the art or music of the game. Um, then I would have appreciated the assistance there on it. Um, but obviously I couldn't pay them. You know, I wouldn't have been able to pay the artist or pay the musician upfront. Okay. I would just have to basically say, hey, if I'm making some money off of these games, which let's face it, the the possibility of making money on an indie game is very, very small there, folks. Um, you know, um, I was willing to offer, like percentage of the income on that. But again, it might have been like just pennies for like the music and the art, for example, if you get what I'm saying. So, um, so, you know, if if you want to join me on working with me on building a game, then you're going to have to understand that there isn't going to be an income coming in. Okay, there's no pay. I'm not I'm not going to be able to pay you a standard software developer wage to make the game. Can't happen. I don't. I'm not a millionaire. I can't. I can't justify that kind of expenditure. Okay, so um, but you know, in the past, I wanted to try to see if I can figure out how to build a Unity game myself. Try to get more of an understanding of Unity to in the hopes that sure I make game number one, which will probably be utter crap, when I do release it. But that amount of experience can be put onto the next game to be made into something better in the future. Okay. You always build upon that experience. You always build upon that foundation um, to get to that finish line. So, um, so I'm not changing these coding plans right at this moment in time. I want to kind of continue those coding plans for the time being. Have that hour of time daily um, um, to work towards overall experience. So um, let's talk about Robot Team. Um, I haven't seen anybody apply for Robot Team um, since I left, since I took my long holiday. Um, but I don't want to have it stop either. Okay, I want to see it um, continue to grow. I want to see it expand. I want to see people join and be willing to put in, a small amount of time in helping out with the growth of that team. Um, I would hope that anybody that is currently on the team continues to promote it. Um, you know, um, if you're already in one of the subsections or subteams of the team, I would hope that you're, doing what I would kind of hope that you'd be doing. Um, Not to say that, if you're not, it's okay. I'm not going to be one of those that are just like going, oh my God, why are you not doing this? Ah, no. So, relax, calm down, hold on, pause. Don't stress, okay? I don't want people stressing about the team, okay? I want people to join it for the right reasons, okay? And stress kills, you know. I want people to have a good time when they enter. I want people to be relaxed when they are a part of the team. I want people to be able to, um, promote the team with a smile on their face. Okay. If they're scowling about the team, then that kind of defeats the purpose. It kind of says the wrong message. Okay. Um, you know, so, um, I want people that are wanting to join the team for the right reasons. Okay. So, um, so all I ask is that if you have any interest in that team, again, it's not an official Twitch team. So if you're here, you're watching me right now, and you're wondering, hey, Jim, I don't see it on Twitch. What do you mean by team? It's not an official Twitch team. Okay. It's a team that is meant to kind of um, you know, go across all the borders. Okay, you know, it's meant to include everybody from Twitch, from YouTube, from Kick, whatever. You know, from VStream. You know, it's a team that's meant to. Uh, the idea behind it is to help everybody on the team, no matter what, no matter what platform that they stream on. Okay, and even help out those that aren't streaming. Okay. I want the team to be able to help out those that are, just not streamers. Maybe you want to get into being a moderator. Maybe you want to be, maybe you're an artist. Maybe you're a musician. You know, there's a lot of things that, people can do that doesn't necessarily involve streaming. Okay. Now, yes, the main goal of it is to help out other streamers. To, the idea of, try to boost viewership, boost word of mouth, boost their visibility, help them with, um, you know, maybe they have a problem with their microphone or something like that, and and people aren't hearing them or something along those lines. Or maybe you're watching their stream and they have a slight imbalance, like maybe the game is just um, is too loud and it's overpowering their mic. You know, it could be simple things like that. Okay. Or it could be like, hey, this streamer is doing a charity event um, for heart disease. You know, let's go and promote their charity event. Like, hey, everybody, go see, this person. They're doing a charity event for, heart disease. Go support them as much as you can. That kind of thing. Um, we want to support everybody that's on the team. We want to try to gather more people that might be interested in the team, and um, we want to build up the foundation of something that is fantastic for everybody to um, to join, um, to collab with, everything. Okay. Um, so if this is something that interests you, okay, I have a link for the robot team down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. Okay, so there's two locations that you can go to try to find information about it. There's an application link that you can click on. Okay, and that will show you the application page as well as a link to the Google document that explains what the team is all about. The mission statement, all the sub teams that I made, um, the expectations, um, which are small, or at least I would hope people would consider that small expectations. Um, if it gets to the point of, hey, like, I have a member on the team that is getting stressed out because of, you know, potentially a lot of things coming down on their shoulders. If that is happening, I need to figure out how to take some of that off their shoulders. I need to figure out how to, you know, help them alleviate any kind of stress that they might be getting from the team. I don't want that to happen. You know, I want them to have that, you know, as I mentioned before, like, if you can spend 1 week of your time, or not 1 week, 1 hour of your week, um, to, to do whatever tasks, might be there, like, promotion, um, then great. Do that 1 hour and stop. You don't have to do any more. If you want to do more, you're welcome to. That's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to stress about it. Okay? I don't want people looking at that and going, oh my God, I'm having the worst time here on this team. This is the worst team ever. Or, you know, I don't want that to happen. I want people to have a good time. Okay? So, um, check out that application link. Okay? So that's the robot team. Okay? Um, next thing on my list here is the Throne wish list. Now that I've once again become unemployed, um, I have to be careful of what I spend my money on. Okay, I gotta spend my money on food and rent, and that's it. I can't be spending my money on anything else. So, um, so there's things that um, might, you know, like, there's things that, aren't really that overall like useful per se, such as, hey, I put some games on the list, on the wish list there. Okay. Um, that I have a lot of games. I don't necessarily need those. So, um, if you want to consider purchasing said games, then great. I would love to eventually play them at some point. Okay, or maybe I will play them, offline or something like that. Okay, um, but um, but I think the uh, the main thing that would probably help me out more, considering that wish list, is like hardware, um, computer hardware, or like, for example, I put a new chair there, seeing that, my seat on this one is gone. You know, I'm having to sit on a pillow to make sure that my ass doesn't hurt. Um, uh, Not to say that the chair that I put on the wish list is that much better. It might be just as much of a piece of crap to, I mean, this chair didn't last a year in terms of cushion. So, granted, I'm sitting on these like, I'm sitting in these chairs like all the time. Um, but these so-called gaming chairs, mm, not they haven't been the greatest in terms of overall comfort, or at least, you know, well, this chair did not stand the test of time. I'll just put it at that. Okay. Um, or at least the seat didn't. you know. Um, and I don't consider myself a heavy man. You know, sure I've been have have a little bit of belly now, but not that much. I mean, I'm still thin here, folks. So you know, um, I'm not you know I'm not someone that is like 500 pounds or anything along those lines. Okay, it's not like you know um, I'm not necessarily destroying the chair just by my sheer weight overall. Okay, it's a matter of um, wear and tear over time. So, um, and there's other things that I've added into the wish list. Okay, um, the throne wish list is currently down below on my Twitch About page. So you're welcome to check that out if you want. I've put up a couple of suggestions, but um, you know, but don't consider that as like something that is like set in stone or anything along those lines. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, there is a way for you, the viewer, to offer suggestions to me on my throne wish list. So if you feel like there's something that I should have in my streamer arsenal in some fashion or another, maybe you feel like the one chair that I selected was not the right one. Maybe you wanted to pick a different chair for me, or um, maybe you feel like I should have some bunny ears or something along those lines. I don't know. You know, from what I understand, I believe I left the suggestions open, so you should be able to suggest other things there. Um, Now, from what I understand, their digital um, the digital suggestions are limited. I think they only have like a limited amount that you can suggest on for anything digital. Um, so gift cards, games, music, what have you. Um, probably not going to be able to do much along those lines. Uh, so you'll have to kind of think more hardware than anything else. Okay. Maybe you want to see me in a shirt or a jacket or something along those lines. Okay. From what I understand, you're able to suggest products that are um, that might not necessarily be on their like main site. Maybe you can say offer up a suggestion for like a product like on say Amazon, I think. Um, I haven't played around with it all that much. Okay, I'm just saying, you know, um, I remember, my old PC, you know, my graphics card for it was pretty terrible. I could not handle anything, per se with the graphics card that I had. Um, and Jedi, my friend Jedi, he was willing to send me um, the graphics cards that he had. Um, but again, I wasn't comfortable at the time handing out my address um, to strangers. You know, no offense, obviously, to Jedi, but I just wasn't comfortable at that point. Um, no one should be comfortable handing out their address to anybody. Just bear that in mind for anybody that's like, wants to kind of get into streaming or something like that. You know, um, you know, uh, make sure that you are kind of keeping a tight lid on your own personal information because once that personal information gets out there, then you are putting yourself at risk from others that might want to do you harm. So, um, so I gotta be careful with that. Not to say that I'm expecting Jedi to walk through the door any second now and blow my head off or anything along those lines. That's obviously not going to happen, or at least I don't expect that to happen. Jedi, don't do it. Okay, um, but you know, the the way I see it is that the Throne wish list allows for you to kind of help out a streamer in um, in whatever, you know, uh, whether they need a new chair, maybe they need a new mic, um, new monitor, what have you, right? Maybe they're just in need of help, and I see the Throne wish list as something that is a good middle ground, you know, um, in that, you can have people, you know, offering support, to help out um, without having to necessarily divulge personal information. So, um, so like I said, feel free to throw in your own suggestions if you want. Okay. Now, bear in mind, I might veto said suggestions. So, if you do something that is completely outlandish, um, that you'll, um, okay, let me put it this way. Okay. If I do get into a point where I'm going to be, um, uh, I need to, I'm going to be like a full-time streamer and stuff like that, and I want to try to entertain as much as I possibly can, then obviously I'm going to want to try to do as many crazy things as I possibly can, right? You know, maybe potentially put myself in harm's way, which, not necessarily looking forward to that. But um, like I've seen one streamer as an example, okay. This one streamer had like a subathon, and if they made that sub goal, um, this one particular streamer, he did a kiddie pool of mayo, and he jumped in on it and basically swam around in the mayo. Okay, um, to you know, as a sub goal, you know. Um, Now, I'm not saying that I would thoroughly enjoy doing that. No. Um, but I mean, if I'm if I need to become more of a professional streamer to be, you know, to be entertaining for everybody, then I might need to consider, you know, I might, you know, before I might have looked at that and go, there's no way in hell you're gonna catch me in that. Now I might need to, right? I don't know. It's hard to say. You know, um, you know, if I need to make this into a job, if I need to make the streaming into a job, then I'm, you know, I might have to just, bite the bullet. I might have to say, sure, let's find ways of making myself completely uncomfortable for your entertainment. You know, uh, you know, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there, kind of thing. Um, and there are some things that are going to be on Throne that I wouldn't normally do or wear. Um, but you know, if I do create um, this as a you know if I'm needing to um, adjust my content based off of the viewers, then everything that I might have said no to before might be along the lines of, hey, show me that sub count or something along those lines. Let's do a subathon and I'll put it as a goal, kind of thing. You know, I might have to say, hey, you know, those little bunny ears that you suggested to me on Throne, well, they're now a sub goal. I might have to consider that, folks. So I'm just putting that out there. Just letting you know um, that it um, might not have been possible before, but now, okay. As I mentioned before, I added the um, stage um, voice channel on my Discord. I wanted to see how how it would work. Didn't have anybody join me on Discord in um, the stage, so I don't know if others can actually see it or not. Um, Maybe others can't see it. Hard to say. I'll probably need to check with others, you know. Or if you're watching this right now on Twitch, let me know if you can actually see the general stage that I made in the midstream voice channel. And let me know if that's something that you can see inside there. If it's not something that you can see, then obviously I need to change my permissions. So Blackheart can see it. Gotcha. Okay. So it's there. Um, and obviously you're welcome to go in and join and listen there if you want to. Um, just didn't want the bug. Well, here's the thing there, Blackheart. Um, you can enter the stage and you will hear, um, well, in a sense, you might hear an echo because you're going to be hearing both my Discord voice, there, and you're going to be hearing the Twitch stream at the same time. So you're going to probably want to mute one or the other, but you're not going to necessarily be able to speak when you join the audience in the stage, for example, on the Discord. So, um, that's uh, how you did your stages before. You know, I would have to kind of raise up you would have to kind of raise up your hand to ask whether or not you can actually join in a speaking role on that stage. Okay. Um, Now this kind of blocks people from randomly joining me in in the um in the voice channel. Okay, I'm not necessarily gonna have a person just randomly join and start speaking about random stuff, like you know hey, I just got an ice cream today or something like that. And it's like, how does that have anything to relate to what I'm talking about right now? That kind of thing. Um, that's gonna basically stop anybody from randomly joining me on those Discord calls. Now, everybody's welcome to join me there on that Discord um, stage call area, and you're welcome to hear me there if you want. I'm not, you know, what you're hearing right now on Twitch is what you would probably be hearing on the Discord. So if you want to try that out, you're welcome to. Um, but that's available. Um, Also, if anybody wants to, if anybody's streaming and you want to stream, if you want to use my Discord as a stream, as a tool for your own streams, you're welcome to do that as well. I have no problem with that. Um, Obviously, if we have some kind of um, uh, if it gets to the point where, hey, I need to stream my own content at the same time, then that might be a little confusing, a little problematic, something that I would probably need to modify. Um, Maybe make like multiple rooms um, if it becomes a problem. But um, for the most part, you know, I'm planning on making multiple stages for all the games that I play in the future. Okay. Um, Now, again, you're welcome to join me. You're welcome to raise your hand and say, "Hey, Jim, I would love to join. I would love to speak with you." Okay. And especially if I've known you, if I've played, you know, um, Warframe or World of Warships um, or Borderlands in the past, and you want to kind of join me for some, just general conversation or something along those lines, or you want to talk about the game or something along those lines, that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, it's one of those things where it's like, normally uh, I probably might not have created said stages, but I mean, if I need to make this into business, I need to consider that a little bit more. So that's all. Um, so don't be afraid to come on in, raise your hand if you want to chat with me. You're welcome to. I don't I don't really have a problem with it. I haven't really had a problem with it in the past. Um, more often than not, I basically say, hey, I'm gonna be recording you, so bear that in mind. you know, uh, Normally I say, hey, this might potentially give you some form of discomfort if you're not, if you're afraid of having your voice recorded, that kind of thing. Um, so if anybody joins my stage and wants to chat, then they're going to need to be aware of that particular rule. So that's all. Um, the um, One of the things that was a change for the Discord stages was the fact that I had to um, change the server into a community server. So technically, this is more of a Discord community server now, which, potentially has more possibilities, more things to modify, more things to kind of grow a little bit. For example, I got notified earlier this morning that um, beginning on March 31st, which was um, over a month ago, over the next several weeks, we will start to roll out a new feature called Soundboard. This feature will let users upload custom short sounds to their servers and then use those sounds to communicate in voice channels. So, there's the potential of me adding a soundboard into my Discord potentially in the future. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know how that, you know, um, what the possibilities are there, but you know, it's one of those, um, you know, I could see it as a potential win. You know, to try to do more um, reactions from others, kind of thing. So and there's other things about the community as well that I kind of need to look into a little bit more. You know, I'm just I'm the creator of the Discord, so I don't really have anybody to, um, I don't really have like a Discord professional on on my team to help out with it. So everything that I do there is by my own design, by my own hands. Well, for the most part. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm not creating these bots by my own hands. Obviously, I'm bringing them in from other creators or from other developers. Um, but I just wanted to give people a heads up about, you know, the future Discord minor changes that are coming forward recently. Okay, so um, to kind of wrap it all up, okay, I want to kind of tell you what I would love to eventually get to, eventually see, um, you know, what I envision in the future. And I hope that you guys would appreciate it. And I hope that you guys would maybe look at it as something that um, you can help me achieve in some small way or another. Even if it's just a matter of like, hey, go check out Jim on YouTube. Go check out his content. Check out the playlist for this game or something along those lines. Even small things like that um, is a great help. So, um, so I'm kind of listening out what I envision, what I want to see, that I do in the future. So, um, you know, ideally, I would love to have a stable job. You know, a stable job as in, hey, something that lasts longer than a year. Um, to you know, so that I can have a decent income. You know, um, now obviously, I would love to enjoy it. You know, that would be a dream, obviously. Um, so, in the past, it's been software dev because, I've gotten my education based off of software development. And, I've always wanted to try to get into a place that will, that's willing to not only mentor, but, hold me, hold on to me for more than a year. Um, I really haven't had that as a software dev, and it's kind of heartbreaking that I haven't had that kind of opportunity. Um, you know, as a software dev, I've worked for other companies for longer than a year. You know, uh, like I worked for an old company called Countrywide. You know, a home loan, uh, uh, a home loan company, and I worked as what they call the floater, which basically meant that I would go from from one department to another, whoever needed my particular jack of all trade skills, um, and would help them in whatever they need done. Okay, and normally it was you know do data entry, put files in folders, put those folders away, move on to the next folder or something along those lines. Okay. Um, so um, I would just love to see, something that would last longer than just a simple year. Okay. Um, would love to get that 20-year plus job, you know. Um, but obviously I haven't found the right match yet. And it's unfortunate that it hasn't occurred yet. Um, you know, it's like I said, it's my dream goal, you know, to have something that can stand the test of time, you know. Now, you know, streaming doesn't hurt. I wouldn't mind being like a full-time streamer, but I would have to be making an income off of that, and I'm not. I'm I'm not making an income. I haven't in the past. I haven't in um, I was an affiliate for well over 2 years, and that never went anywhere at all on Twitch. Um, you know, I did uh, I did full-time streaming, 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you know, and I never made anything off of it, you know. Um, well, here, let me kind of point this particular detail out, right? I put it down in my about page here because I wanted to kind of show milestones, right? I put little milestones on my about page, right? So um, uh, I hit affiliate on June 24th, 2020, right? And that was due to a raid. Someone, Um, a World of Warships streamer rated me with, what was it, 196 um, raters at one point in time. Um, and uh, let's see, August 19th was my first sub that I got. You know, Nick0263 gave it to me back then. You know, I want to kind of give him the a shout out along those lines. The fact that he was willing to, um, and technically it was his Twitch Prime, if I remember correctly. So, but I mean, Twitch Prime is a Twitch Prime, right? So, um, so he was willing to do that. Um, I think I've only gotten one other Twitch Prime since then, and that was from Vinny, which I was very appreciative of. Um, but that was it. I think I've only gotten like two Twitch Primes my entire time of streaming. So as I mentioned before, it, it the uh, but again, I never pushed for it either. Okay. Well, I mean, the only time that I ever actually asked for anybody to do any kind of, um, I've ever asked for subs was when I did the subathons in September. You know, the September subathons thing. You know, that was it. You know, and but nothing came about from that. So I was like, okay, you know, um, saw the, you know, how much entertainment am I providing? And is that enough to justify providing a sub, providing Twitch Prime, what have you, right? Um, and, you know, before I typically was like going, hey, I'm trying to find a job. I didn't want this to be considered a job, kind of thing. So while I did appreciate the subs, the Twitch Primes and stuff like that, I didn't necessarily want them to kind of go out of their way for it either. So, I appreciated it, but at the same time, I didn't necessarily, I wasn't always like asking for it either. So, you know, but now, you know, my streaming is more of a stable job than what I've gotten out of being a software dev. I'll tell you that one. Sad as that is. Even though I personally haven't gotten paid for it, but just let it, just to kind of show you what I mean by stable job. I've been doing streaming for 4 years now, or over 4 years, and if I was getting paid for what I do right now, you know, as a streamer by Twitch or by Amazon, um, then that would be fantastic. Obviously, I'd be making money on that, but they don't do that, you know. So, um, or at least, uh, even when I had ads activated and stuff like that, I wasn't really seeing a lot of income coming in then either. And I was obviously getting pissed off with the ads, and I saw other people getting pissed off with ads. So yeah. Uh, okay, let's move on. Um, eventually, dream goal. I would love to kind of get out from renting. Renting a room. Now, don't get me wrong. I do. I have a relaxed atmosphere. Okay, I'm not in a situation where like I hate my roommates or anything along those lines. Okay, So don't think of it along those lines, okay? Um, it's not like I'm in a terrible situation, okay? I've been in terrible rental situations in the past, okay? And I don't necessarily want to, you know, have that happen again, but um, you know, um, you know, this isn't terrible, okay? What I'm dealing with right now, okay? I'm not in a really bad environment, okay? Um, so, um, but at the same time, um, I would like to be able to, um, you know, the money that I pay into renting a room, I would like to put into, my own place that I can actually own. You know, I would love to see that. I would love to see that happen. To be able to have that as a possibility. Um, you know, um, I would love to. I would love to make that a reality. Okay, I'm not there yet. Okay, I was, I was trying to build up for that at my last job, but again, stable. So, um, you know, now, um, I would obviously want to try to create, have something that allows for me um, to allow for, um, standard comfort of home kind of thing. You know, allow for couches, TVs, um, large enough bed that I can actually sleep on and without having my feet dingle off the edge. Um, have an actual master bedroom, um, so that I can actually have a decently sized bed so that I can sleep on it without having to, um, I mean, my bed is super small. Well, I mean, not super small, but I mean, I still have to, I still try to get, mattresses that handle my height, but even then, uh, it's typically not enough to handle my 6 foot, my height of 6'5". So, um, you know, uh, maybe it'd be nice to be able to, have a bed where I can, you know, make the bed, put sheets on and not have to kick them out from underneath the bed every night. you know, because that's basically what happens. I can't keep the bed sheets on the bed very well because my feet will just basically kick the sheets out. And believe me, we I've tried all those little gizmos that might try to keep the sheets on, like those little plastic you know clips that try to put under the mattress kind of thing. That's tries to tighten the sheets underneath the mattress kind of thing so that it won't be kicked. No, I kick them. They get knocked out. There's no stopping that. The only way that I could see me having and not having that particular issue is having a large bed, and I can't do that with having like a small room. You know, um, you know, where I'm. where I'm at right now, obviously, is not a master bedroom. So, I would like to get to a spot where, I can have a master bedroom, you know, that kind of thing. Okay. So that's that's my that's my dream, or that is a dream of mine. I would love to see it, and, I would love to make it a reality. Um, Lost my car prior to COVID hitting or during COVID. Um, Eventually got to a point where I couldn't continue with the car payment. So I lost it. So now obviously I can always get a used car, pay a couple thousand to try to get a used crappy car that, I can try to get it to take me from point A to point B, but um, ideally I would love to, get myself a hybrid again because that saved me the most on gas. You know, um, I've looked into electric vehicles in the past, but uh, if I want to go see family in other states, then and I want to take road trips, then electric just isn't able to do that right now. So, or at least based off of what I've seen, it's not possible. Um, so you know, eventually I would like to kind of get to that point of having one again, and not have to stress about it. Um, Obviously, I would love to see Robot take off and become into a team that everybody enjoys. Um, you know, as I mentioned before, I don't need to be the leader of Team Robot. Okay. Um, I've kind of mentioned the fact that um, I set up a system where um, there would be like elections and like for who would be top dog in Team Robot. Um, so it doesn't necessarily need to be me at the top. Okay, as I mentioned before, I don't necessarily consider myself the greatest of leaders. I've had leadership positions in the past, and more often than not, it's those that I led weren't happy at the results, I guess you might say. Um, you know, um, it could have been better. So, um, so, you know, I'm I know that in the past my leadership skills have been lacking. Um, so I don't expect to be the leader of Robot down the line. Okay. I just want to see it grow. Okay. That's what I would love to see. Okay. Um, and the last part here, help out others get back on their feet as well. Uh, I've had um, I've had points where people have um, well, I mean, prior to my getting a job that allowed me to come out to where well, not where I currently live, but you know, um, to the city where I live. Um, I was, well, I would say renting a room, but not technically. I was with a friend of mine, um, and technically, you know, the idea was that I was going to be paying rent to, or pay room rent to live there. But I wasn't finding a job, and I was having a hard time trying to get a job where I used to live, and um, you know, I was, I wanted to try to stay fairly local at the time because of my mother, who was dealing with stage 4 cancer at the time. Um, so, I wanted to try to stay local, but I wasn't finding any jobs. Um, you know, I mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. I remember one time I applied for a job and I got a notification from the job site saying, "Hey, they're still looking at the 500 resumes that they received for the entry level job." So yeah, um, it wasn't obviously it wasn't easy. Um, but my friend's dad, who basically owned the house, um, I mentioned the fact that, hey, I'm sorry, I just cannot find a job to help pay the room rent, and he was like, that's okay because you're helping us out with keeping an eye on your friend. Okay, my friend, uh, you know, suffered from diabetes. Um, he was having a hard time controlling um, his stage 1 or his type 1. Um, and um, more often than not, uh, I found him crashing, either in his bed or in the bathroom or wherever, pretty much nightly. Um, you know, and uh, I was basically, you know, um giving him his, trying to, handle his crashes, trying to give him sugar so he, you know, um or, give him like immediate sugar so that his body can, recover from it, you know. Uh, he would take too much insulin or he would sleep too long or something along those lines. Um, his body wouldn't had a hard time kind of trying to maintain balance. So more often than not, I would find him, you know, in shock on the bed or in the bathroom. And, you know, once, on occasion, if, my giving him sugar didn't pull him out, I would call an ambulance for him. Um, but here's the thing. Um, his parents were happy at the fact that I was there. I was helping him during that time, and um, the way they saw it, I was saving them a lot of money with, you know, with ambulance, or the potential of losing him, you know, not catching his shock in time. Um, so he said, don't worry about it, don't stress about it, because you're helping us out a lot, and I appreciated that a lot because I was in a tough spot. I couldn't find anything. I had graduated college. I was fresh, freshly new out of college, trying to find a software development entry level job, and I couldn't find anything. And, um, you know, uh, I couldn't get any kind of, At the time, you know, uh, I couldn't get anything to maintain any kind of income coming in. So, um, so not having to stress too much about rent was very very helpful. It took a weight off my mind, especially when I was dealing with a lot at the time. Um, and I would like to kind of do that myself, in a sense, be the father. So, um, I had a thought line once about, if I had my own place, that I would try to see about trying to get, um, to try to give a room to someone that was like homeless at the time or something along those lines, someone that didn't have a place to call their own, and to help them kind of get back on their feet. Um, help them, try to find, any kind of random job, so that they can, you know, so that they can, I was kind of considering it like a halfway house, you might say, you know, um, I would find some individual at a homeless shelter, for example, bring them, help them into, bring them into my house, as a, you know, in a, in a spare bedroom. Um, provide them with, you know, help them get a, some kind of dress clothes or interview clothes, I should say. Okay. Um, basic dress clothes, or basic clothes that they can have, just a kind of normal everyday wear, because I wouldn't necessarily want to see them walking around naked all the time. um, and provide them the tools to try to help them get a job of their own, like retail, fast food, whatever, anything, to try to help them kind of get back on their feet. And once they got past that little grace period, like the 3 month grace period or something along those lines, then basically say, okay, you're going to need to look for a room of your own now. You're going to need to kind of move on out, and I repeat the process. Now, obviously, that that puts a lot of risk on me, but um, I, you know, if the way I see it is that no one else is. It feels like no one else was really doing anything, um, because obviously there's a lot that's required to help a person out from being homeless, right? You need to have, to help them with food. You need to help them out with clothing. You need to help them out with internet connection, especially nowadays. Um, and you need to, provide them with, um, means of trying to, you know, get said job, you know. Um, and I felt that, you know, um, someone helped me on, staying in a stable situation, being able to sleep and take a shower, have an internet connection, and I saw that as a positive. I couldn't get anything. Well, I mean, eventually I did. Once mom passed away, and uh, I started looking outside of my local area. Um, I was able to find a job here, you know, in the city that I currently live in. So, that obviously helped out a lot. But um, I would like to try to consider trying to do that, you know, try to help out someone else, like kind of a pay it forward kind of situation. At least that's the mentality that I have. But that's a dream. That's a goal. Um, I considered trying to maybe, you know, if there was a way to maybe try to set it up as some kind of charity of some sort, then I feel that would be fantastic. But I don't really have the means or the tools or the connections to consider making it happen. Um, so yeah, that probably would be have to something that is way down the line. I don't know. I'll have to say. But okay, well that's it there, folks. That's kind of all I wanted to talk about. I mean, I've talked a lot, I know. But there was a lot to discuss, especially with everything that's kind of gone on. Um, uh, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here pretty soon. I'm not gonna do any kind of games or anything along those lines, just in case if you guys are kind of wanting to go, oh, hey, Jim, you're gonna be playing this game? No, no, not today. I wanted to kind of give an update on this. I'll put this onto my um, YouTube channel. Obviously, it's a very long recording, I know. But, I had a lot to kind of talk about, a lot to kind of get off my chest. Um, I want to thank everybody for staying here, for listening to me, listening to my history, listening to everything, my hopes, my dreams, my plans. Um, I want to thank everybody for being there. You know, um, want to thank Jedi and Blackheart for chatting with me um, through this stream, as well as providing insight. I appreciate it. Um, hopefully you guys continue to do so. Um, and for anybody that is currently lurking, would love to, you know, I want to thank you for being a lurker. I appreciate it. Um, hopefully, you'll come back again. Um, well, like I mentioned, I might switch on over to YouTube. I'll let you guys know on Discord if that is to happen. Like I mentioned before, um, keep an eye on, do a Discord subscription, or not a Discord subscription, do a YouTube subscription, to keep an eye on that. Okay, because I feel like I'm probably gonna want to just kind of switch on over to that, to be honest. So, um, because I feel like I'm not getting anywhere on Twitch. Not to say that I'll get anywhere on YouTube, but um, I don't feel like I'm really making it anywhere here on Twitch right at this moment in time. So, so I hope to see everybody over there. Um, allow me a little bit of time to adjust, to kind of see about testing out everything over on YouTube, streaming over there. I may try to do like maybe a um, test stream on YouTube just to see how it is. Um, I don't know, but keep an eye on it. Um, I know that it might be a little bit of a hassle, especially if you have like a lot of tons of subscriptions on YouTube or something like that. You might be like, oh gosh, I got to do another like bell notification on YouTube. Oh god, no, I understand, I understand, but um, I wanted to kind of give you all the heads up on that one. So, okay, now if I'm not mistaken, Blackheart, you're not going to be streaming tonight. your you said that this was your day off, so tomorrow you're going to be doing Genshin Impact, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Also, I'm going to go ahead and do some shout outs to both Jedi and to Blackheart. There we go. So anybody that is currently lurking right at this moment in time, go check out their channels. Um, go give them a follow, give them some support. Um, go give Jedi some subs. um, but yeah, let's see. I don't think I saw anybody else chatting. That's okay. Like I said, I don't mind the lurkers as well. So, um, but okay. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be it there, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. You're gonna be doing some Warframe. Gotcha. You enjoy it tomorrow. Um, I need to figure out, what I want to do. Um, I need to kind of maybe do some test runs on YouTube. Switch OBS Studio over to YouTube, so on and so forth, and see what I can do there. But yep, that's gonna be it. So have a good night, everybody. Take care. Check out my about page down below on my Twitch about page. Also, check out everything in the description. Yeah. Oh, check out Team Robot. Check out the application page. But I mean, I've already discussed it a lot. So, okay. That's it. Take care. Have a good night. Catch you strangers next time.